Alright, what is going on, everybody? Welcome back to the channel, and tonight I am going to be continuing my playthrough of Angels with Scaly Wings, carrying on from yesterday. So I left off, start of the second run of this game. We're going to see how far I can get into this. I may have already screwed up with Remy, though, trying to get his good ending, right? Because turns out you may actually need to go through specific characters to actually get the correct ending for each one. So it's kind of complicated, but we're just going to see how this turns out. I'm not going to worry too much about it. Worst case scenario, I have to do yet another run just to get Remy's good ending. Not a big deal. I'm still curious how this is going to turn out. So we're just going to see what happens. So make sure everything is good. All right, yep. Okay. Alright, so let's do this. Alright, nothing going on today. I guess I can do whatever. So spend the day reading. That's different. So let's meet up with Anna again, right? Because we're pretty good terms with her. It's like a message. We're gonna keep waiting. I remember this. We have to keep on waiting and keep waiting. So let me make sure I don't mess this up. Is there a specific path that you're supposed to go here? The Interrogator 2 achievement. Yeah, and the music in this game is really good, too. I'm trying to look on the guide here to see the Interrogator 2. There's a general knowledgeist one. There's Interrogator 3. Here it is. Okay, here's the second one. So interrogate Anna. Obviously, for this to happen, on Anna's second date and help her realize she shouldn't work so much. Okay, so it looks like this choice here doesn't really matter, so it doesn't matter much if we try to get in or not. So we're just gonna wait. Because I remember last time we were a bit of a snoop. Oh, it's telling me the same thing again. It already told me this on the last part. It's just reminding you that you can do this. So, no, I don't want to skip ahead. Because I want to make sure that I go through this properly. Okay, so I'm supposed to say, losing track of time happens to the best of us. Alright, so we're going to skip through this. We already know how this plays out. So for this next one, quite a lot of dialogue here. This is a pretty important section, though, so I'm not really surprised that this is kind of long. This helps to explain Maverick's backstory and why he is the way he is. But we've already seen this, so we're just going to skip it. My god, those sound effects too, jeez. So it looks like this particular dialogue tree does not really matter. So we're just gonna go ahead and say I'd prefer someplace inside. Okay, so yeah, look, we already have my own dirt. So yes, remember the items that we picked up on the first playthrough. So this one's actually interesting though, because you can actually either go with, you can either say that's gross or have my own dirt. So either one is the correct choice. Just don't say I'll pass. All right, so I'll go with the first, because I remember the first time around I said I already have my own dirt. We're gonna go with that one again. Yeah, so you do, that is proof right there that you do keep the items from your first playthrough. Okay. So we're supposed to say, you're a bad girl. Hard to tell if she actually likes what you're saying too. That's another problem with her, is she's not as obvious as Remy. Remy like smiles, like gets this big grin on his face anytime you say something that he likes. And with her, it's like you really don't know. This scene was crazy, man. Okay, so you're supposed to actually say Opal here. You're supposed to say you have no idea. I have no idea. It's kind of sad when you look at it from that perspective. So many different species have so many amazing natural abilities that it seems like we got the bad end of the deal. We always held on to the fact that we had our brains and intellect, but now that we found you, that doesn't really make us unique anymore. Mother Nature has been so cruel to your race that I almost feel sorry for you. She opened her maw wide before a liquid shot from both corners of her mouth and onto the ground below the parts of the buffoon she had prepared. After a few seconds, the liquid burst into flame, heating up her dinner. That's a neat trick. Yeah, so the dialogue does kind of change a little bit on the depending on what you say, but it doesn't really have any major impact until later on, I suppose. All right, so after that, we're supposed to say "wicked cool." That'd be wicked cool. We're supposed to call her a wild one. Actually, most of these I did say in the initial playthrough. Most of them, not all of them. Now that I'm thinking about it. Okay, so we're supposed to say she is a wild one. Alright, and we're supposed to say, feel like a wild animal. And then we're supposed to say, unusual but fun, which I remember I did say in the original playthrough as well. And then we're supposed to say how nice. Yes, how nice of us. Wow. It also says after that, it says, then to get this achievement, that being Interrogator 2, visit the production facility and ask Anna all the questions. Okay. So that's the end of that. Then we move on to Chapter 3, Grief. Is that different? The card is different, isn't it? From the first playthrough. I'm pretty sure it is. I'm pretty sure that's different. Interesting. Okay. So this starts off the same, though. We did meet his assistant, though, right? Damien. But yes, we've already seen this, so once again, just plays out exactly the same. Okay, so this doesn't really matter what we say. Let's say what I said the first time around. And there's the Prime Minister. Okay, let's skip all this. There's a lot of dialogue here. You know, I think technically we could just skip ahead this, right? No, doesn't look like it's gonna let me. I don't think we can. Let's say the thing that I said the first time around. I remember what I said. I don't know how I remember what I said. Well, I did listen back to these first couple of streams that I did in this game. Just want to get to the next scenes here with the other characters. This is a good scene, but yeah. It's the exact same as what we've already seen. It's rather odd that you can't skip this, though. For some reason it won't let me, so I just have to skip it manually. Jeez Louise, this is an even longer scene than I remember it. Can't believe I narrated all of this. Hold on. I think Kick's fucking up. Oh, it's back. Okay. That was on Kick's end. Stream kind of stopped for a minute. Wasn't on my end, I just wanted to make sure. I wonder when Kick's gonna come out of beta. Because it's still in beta. Oh, look at that. The dialogue is actually a little bit different for her, since we don't know her this time around. I was just practicing my flying when I spotted you down here, and who would say no to an opportunity to meet one of the humans? Not me. I'm afraid this will be both our first and last opportunity to talk. I'm about to leave this world again. It's that so. That's too bad. Kind of a shame I never got to know you. Wait, does this have something to do with those rumors I heard? Is Raza really a murderer? I'm afraid so. What does that make you? I don't have anything to do with that. I was helping the police find him. Then why are you leaving? It's for my own safety, apparently. This wasn't my decision. Really? But what about Raza? All I could offer was a shrug. I guess they're convinced that they can find him on their own. I see. I'm not sure what to think anymore. I'm not sure either. I looked over my shoulder and glanced at Sebastian. I should be going now. Alright. Goodbye, Prince. Goodbye, Adine. I remember her. That was a witness from Raza's first murder. Do you know her? We're gonna say no this time around. I see. He says the same thing anyway. Okay. So we already know what happens here. So if we were on even better terms with the waitress, I wonder what she would have to say. Like, would she be, like, really devastated, you know? Because she was, like, mildly upset on the first playthrough. This time around, it's like, oh, well, that kind of sucks. Like, she barely even cared, which I'm not surprised. I mean, she didn't even really know us. So once we go out of our way to get on good terms with her, which might even be on the next playthrough, it'll be interesting to see how that changes, right? To see if she's like really distraught over it or not. Oh, so we got Remy here. Prince and an officer, what is this about, Emra? This is what I would like to know. Please, officer, enlighten me. Why has my order not been carried out? Portal is broken. So this is the exact same. I'm curious if Remy has anything else to say, to add on this. Nope. Doesn't look like it. I don't recall, No, that is right. He was there in the first playthrough, wasn't he? I'm a little surprised he didn't, say anything further about that, though. Man, you could tell he hates this job, too. She is kind of a dick to him. Hey, what's going on, level 1? Just trying to get the true ending of this game. So I've got to go through and get on good terms with all of the characters. So it's gonna be like off and on between stuff I've already seen and new scenes. So most of the stream's probably going to be incredibly boring. Just giving you a heads up. You're probably not going to miss much in this stream. Because the end of the second stream, I finished the game, technically. You could really just leave it up for interpretation on what happens after that, but I want to get the true ending. I want to see for myself and actually earn the real ending of the game. Right now I'm playing a Metroidvania trying to get 100%. Nice. Good shit. Yeah, totally understand the pursuit to get the true ending. I debated on whether or not to even stream this, because I know this is not going to be very entertaining for the most part. But I'm like, damn, but you know what? I kind of want to, because that way I can kind of react and give my kind of thoughts on the whole, any of the new scenes that I come across, or any of the new dialogue trees. And I was genuinely curious, too, as to how the second playthrough would be different from the first one. Because there's going to be subtle differences in this playthrough. Because you get teleported back in time, and supposedly subconsciously you remember things that happened the first time around, and you also keep the items that you've collected from the first playthrough. So I'm kind of curious how that's going to affect the ending on the next playthrough. Like, are we going to be, like, for example, at the end of the game on the first playthrough, you pick up Raz's gun. So can I use that against him at the end of this playthrough? Will I have that option? I don't know. That's kind of what I'm curious about. So there's definitely some things that I want to... And I don't want to just play it on my own time, you know, because I figured I've already streamed this much of it. I may as well just go all in. And if people find it boring, then they find it boring. But at the very least, I'll be able to cover any loose ends for this game. And people that are genuinely curious to see more, but don't want to play it themselves, well, they get a chance to see it. So, there you go. So I'm not going to stop streaming this until it's completely done and I get the true ending. That doesn't mean I'm going to go through and get all of the achievements, but we'll see how this goes. So here we go. Now we get to the next section where I can actually choose who I want to see again. So, in order to continue with the interrogator, we need to go to the production facility. We're going to go with that. There's Lorem. Hey Prince, I didn't even call you about the test yet. To what do I owe the honor? I have a few questions about the murder of your colleague. Is that so? Why do you get to go around asking questions like that? Is it a matter of human interest? Actually, yes, you could say so. Interesting. What's in it for me? Hey, I already agreed to your test. I'm not sure what else I could offer you. Besides, I'm working with the police, so your cooperation would be greatly appreciated. Oh, you're working for our police? Now you really have my attention. I want to see where you're going with this, so by all means, go ahead. She seems to be rather intrigued by this, if nothing else. So, it doesn't list anything in particular, right? So we can just ask her whatever we want. It doesn't list like you have to say anything in particular. So we're just gonna go through one by one and see what happens. What happened the last time you saw him alive? I saw him yesterday evening. There were some tests I needed to run overnight, so instead of staying late to set them up, I had Damien do it. That's what colleagues are for, right? Can you tell me what happened when you found him? I might have left early yesterday, but I made up for it by coming in early today, before anyone else. That's why I was the one to find him. I was on my way to my office when I saw him laying in the middle of the hallway in a puddle of his own blood. What was your relationship to him? We were colleagues, nothing more. I heard that you didn't particularly like him. Yeah, but that's not unusual. I don't like most people. He really didn't like me, though. Why's that? He was jealous of my success, and it showed. So, yeah, that's actually the one question I did not ask her the first time around, because I actually remember now, I did visit the production facility on the first playthrough, because I'm remembering these dialogue options. Yeah, so we did. That's the only. I think that was the only question I didn't actually ask her. You seem very calm for someone whose colleague was just murdered. People die every day. It's a simple fact of life. Besides, I don't see you crying about him either. I didn't know him that well, so it's not like someone I actually cared about died. The world stops spinning for no one. Life goes on, and for me, that means being without an assistant for a while. Alright, that's all. That will be all. Thank you, Anna. My pleasure. You interrogated Anna. Alright, there we go. So, had I have asked that final question, I would have got that achievement in the first playthrough. So, technically that was a critical thing to do. You're supposed to ask her every single question. You cannot not ask her a question. Okay. Before deciding my next move, I returned to my apartment for a moment of rest. A small piece of paper had been slipped under my door while I was gone. "Don't go to the portal," was all it said. I considered the possibility of a hidden message, but that was unlikely. The statement was blunt and quickly scrawled. Someone clearly didn't want me to go to the portal, but why would I go there in the first place? As it was out of order right now. Such an action would serve no purpose. So, once again, we get the option here. Should I actually go to the portal or not? This is clearly the administrator going there, right? We're gonna do the same thing I did the first time around, because it went well. I don't want to... Maybe on the next playthrough, maybe I'll see what happens. I'll go to the portal, but I don't want to... I don't want to chance it on this playthrough. So, we'll stay inside and just call the police, just like I did the first time around. Alright, so I got some time left. What should I do? I can either go to the store or visit the police archives. So, I remember what happens if we go to the police archives. We actually end up running into that Katsaru guy. I think what I'm going to do this time around is I'm going to go to the police archives and I'm going to ignore Katsaru. And I'm just going to try to go and just head on right into the police archives. Because I never actually got a chance to visit the police archives in the game. Even though it's kind of a dick move, Katsaru is not a major character of the game, right? He's a side character. I really enjoyed voice acting him, though. I will say. I think the voice that I did for him was really good. But anyway. Actually, I'm kind of busy right now. Poor guy. Okay, so this is a new scene for me. So, when I arrived at the station, I was met by the police archivist, a dragoness who introduced herself as Kalanith? Kalanith? I think it's Kalanith. So, this is a new character. I never ran into her before. "You're in luck, Prince. Bryce compiled all the case files a while ago. Ever since you came to our world, he seems to be a lot more interested in these human mysteries. I wonder if it has something to do with you. Anyway, you can find all the files here. I'll leave the rest to you." Okay, so... brand new dialogue tree here. Brand new options. Study the blueprint of the underground building near the portal. Read the structural damage report of the underground building near the portal. Play a prank or rummage through the trash. Let's dig through his trash. Let's see if he's hiding anything. What's this? It's a flat base with a circular indent at the top. Find a mysterious base. That's worth an achievement. Where have I seen this before? Oh, right. It's an Oxman Sphere part. You acquired an Oxman Sphere part base. Okay. Let's read the structural damage report of the underground building near the portal. According to the report, the investigation of the building was halted due to the acute danger of its collapse and the damage that the surrounding water could cause. Since the building had unknown historical and technological value, there was a plan in place to drain the water pockets. The legal permissions had not yet gone through, however, and it would take some time for the equipment to arrive. For now, the building was stable as long as it remained undisturbed, but for obvious reasons, no one was allowed to enter. There were patrols guarding it day and night. Huh, look at the time. I better wrap it up here. That's unfortunate. You can only choose 2 options there, right? At least we got one of those parts. I mean, the other thing, the report, I kind of already knew that about that building, that it was unstable. Because I remember somebody told us that it was. So, I think it was Bryce that actually even said that, so we didn't really learn anything with that, but we did get that Oxman Sphere part, so we'll see if that ends up being of any significant value later on. So this goes pretty much the same way. So we're just going to skip that. Finally, a free day. What should I do? Looks like there are some messages on the answering machine. Let's see. Hello, this is Remy. I know you're very busy and probably have more important things to do, but I was wondering if you would like to visit Tasu Park sometime. There is something I'd like to talk with you about. Please let me know if you can find the time. Have a good day. He wants to talk to me about something? I wonder what that's about. It's payday, Prince. The tests are ready. The machines are ready. The lab is free. Only one more thing is needed to get this party started, and that would be you. So you better bring your body to me, or else I'll have to come get it myself, in which case I won't be able to guarantee your safety. I hope you aren't afraid of needles. She's going to go all out, isn't she? You have 2 messages waiting for you. I wonder why. Okay, so let's meet up with Remy. Level 1 Online says, gotta go, have a good one. Alright, man, thanks for stopping by the stream. I appreciate it. Let's go ahead and meet up with Remy and see what happens here. So this is also a new scene. I haven't seen this because I haven't met up with him a 3rd time. Hey, Remy. Hello, Prince. Is there any particular reason why you wanted to meet here? So, hang on. So let me make sure I don't mess this up. Let me go back, scroll back down here to the characters. Okay, so this would be the 3rd scenario, which apparently is the last one. So is there any particular reason why you wanted to meet here? I enjoy Tasu Park is all. Have you been here before? We'll say so. Can't say I have, is the one we need to say. Can't say I have. I see. Well, what do you think of it? You're supposed to say it's pretty romantic. It's pretty romantic. You think so? Yeah, just look at those trees. Make a nice spot for a date, really. I agree with that. You mentioned you wanted to talk to me about something. Yes, well, about that. I just have a lot on my mind, and I felt like I needed to tell someone. I wouldn't burden you if I had anyone else to talk to, but the simple fact is that I don't. Hey, you can talk to me, Remy. Thank you, I appreciate that. It's not a problem. What's on your mind? I don't even know where to begin. Do you ever feel like there is an emptiness inside you? That every day is the same, joyless routine that you wish you could escape but you can't? I'm supposed to say, I used to. I used to. I see. Is this about Emma again? Well, it's not just about her, but working with her doesn't make things any easier. To think that just a few years ago I was the happiest I could have been, and now I have nothing but my miserable life. What happened? It's a long story. So we're supposed to say we have a lot of time. Okay, well, a few years ago I worked in the public sector. I mean, I still do, but my position was a different one. I didn't work under a minister back then. I was part of a committee tasked with providing independent and factually backed opinions on community topics. It was supposed to help not only politicians, but also the general populace. Free from outside interference, we did our own fact-checking based on research and publicly reported our findings. Our individual members didn't always agree, but we made sure the end results were based on verifiable facts. In this way, we offered a variety of comprehensive opinions on difficult topics. We found the truth and allowed people and politicians to make up their minds from there. Our work was a key influence in the community, and because the conclusions of each individual member were often very different, it could never be said that we were biased. It was during one such assignment that I met a certain person named Amelia. My task was to determine the viability of several projects, each competing for a research grant from our council. Amelia was a member of one of the scientific teams vying for a grant. She was an inventor, and her group was looking for ways to streamline hospital processes and tests by utilizing new technology. The first time I saw her was when our committee watched her group's pitch. One of the things we had to do was determine whether their claims and goals were realistic. In her case, they were. Ultimately, they didn't get the grant, but when she recognized me in a restaurant a while later, we started talking. She was very smart, and I admired her spirit. She just wanted to help people with her talents, and in this way, she reminded me a lot of myself. We kept seeing one another, and we grew close. Before long, we were dating. It felt so right. I thought the relationship was about to become very serious, but then she informed me that her research group had applied for another grant. Of course, that complicated things. My community was once again tasked with judging the viability of the different projects, and while I intended to stay impartial on the matter, she'd probably be seen as an influence due to our relationship. With these concerns in mind, we decided to not meet again until the grant winner was determined. We hadn't expected her group to get it, but in the end, they did. We didn't want to end our relationship over something like that, but if word got out that we were together during the decision-making period, it would have put both our jobs in jeopardy. In the end, we decided to wait and made a commitment. 6 months after the grant was given to her team, we would return to one another and make our relationship public. That much time would have ensured that it wouldn't be an issue. We even made plans to move in together when that time came. But we never got that far. I only know the rest of what happened from various reports, but apparently, Amelia got sick. Nothing serious, mind you. She continued working from home as best she could. The project was already behind schedule, and she didn't want to endanger it. People were critical and very curious about what the project would amount to, and she didn't want to be responsible for its failure if she took some days off to recuperate. So every day, she continued working on the project until the dead of night. One late evening, she went out to pick up her medication, in addition to something to help her stay awake, but she was sick and overworked. The combination of the prescription side effects and the supplements caused her to collapse. No one was around to see her fall. When she was found the next day, she was covered by a blanket of fresh snow. It was too late. She froze to death during the cold winter night. Damn. If someone was with her, this would not have happened. But she died out there, all alone. All because we kept our relationship a secret. We had plans to move in together. We even talked about having our own small family. Some things are just not meant to be, it seems. If I had to identify the moment life started going downhill, losing Amelia would be it. My heart was ripped out in that moment, and now only emptiness remains. It's like a wound that never closes. Maybe you saw those pictures in my apartment. Even my home is a reminder of her. We were going to move into that apartment together. And this tie I'm wearing, I got it from her as well. When she gave it to me, she said that it was red like her scales. As long as I wore it, she would be with me in a way. For so long, I've been holding on to her with all my might. I wish I could stop, because I know it's killing me, but I've been doing it for so long that I don't think I can. Yet in some way, holding on to Amelia has helped me. When I look back on all the happy memories we made, Amelia's bullying hurts a little less. Or, oops, I mispronounced her name. Emra. Emra's bullying hurts a little less, if only because those memories hurt so much more. And I would love my job if it wasn't for Amelia. It's a constant struggle, a battle I have to fight every day. Each of her words slices through me, creating new wounds on top of others that never closed. Some days I just don't want to do it anymore. I don't know how much longer I can. I'm not sure if there is anything that can fill the void. Have you ever spoken to a professional about this? No, I don't think I could, not with a stranger. Thank you, Prince. Getting all of that off my chest really helped a lot. No problem, Remy. Anything else on your mind? Well, there's the whole thing about Anna. Yeah, you mentioned that last time. Are you still worried about her? I am. Who knows what horrible things she's working on in her lab. There's nothing I can do to stop her. You did what you could. The rest is up to the authorities now. I guess so. I can't help but feel a little pity for her, too. With her condition, I imagine that the Ministry's disapproval must have been a tough pill to swallow. What are you talking about? She has cancer. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Oh, damn. So that's why she's so obsessed with her work. Because she's dying of cancer. That's why she's trying to research. Oh my god. See, it all makes sense now. Damn, and I was such a bitch to her, too. I literally called her a bitch because she was like, you know, taking out all of her frustration on it. Well, shit, man, I understand it now. If I was dying of cancer, I don't think I'd be the happiest person either. Wow. Who knows how much longer she has, knowing that every day must be difficult for her. Remy paused and gave me an embarrassed smile. Quite a bit of time has passed. Oh, oops. Him talking. Quite a bit of time has passed since you arrived, and you've barely been able to speak. I've been talking a lot. I don't mind. There must be a lot on your mind, too. So we're supposed to say... Actually, we can say either one here, it looks like. Yeah, I mean, there is. Since I work with Emiria, I know all the details surrounding you and Raza. Not many do. Many rumors are going around town. All this time you've been working with our police? Yeah. And now you're hunting the person who was supposed to be your partner. That must be really hard for you. I came here because I wanted to do the right thing. Nothing about that has changed. What kind of person is Raza, anyway? The kind that stops at nothing to achieve what he believes in. I can see that. We've already witnessed just how far he will go. What do you think about him? Honestly, I'm not sure. Back home, this relentless quality of his was admired, but I certainly don't condone his actions. Given what I know about him, I think he must have a reason, as weird and twisted as it may be. And what about you? I have my own principles. I see. How is your hunt for Raza going, anyway? Not too great. We don't have any strong leads or any idea of his whereabouts. In the end, we're just following his trail of murder and destruction. People are getting afraid. The rumors are starting to take effect. I thought Emiria was going to give a press conference to warn the public. That didn't happen. She feared the potential backlash if people knew about Raza while you were still here. So, for the time being, she has been declared as a missing person. Okay, so that explains why we were kind of let off so easily. Because I was kind of worried when this first happened in my first playthrough. I was kind of concerned that maybe in the storyline, somebody would try to attack us. So that explains why that never happened. Because she did it basically for her own safety. The public has been informed that if someone sees him, they are to call the police immediately. They were told he may be suffering from an affliction that makes him behave erratically. But some people are putting two and two together. No one has seen Raza for a while, even before he was officially declared missing. It's easy to line up the timelines and see that the murder started happening shortly after he vanished. What do we know about the break-ins and thefts is also damning. The objects stolen all point towards Raza. I'm not sure how much longer they can keep this a secret. How do you think the public will react, considering that I am still staying here? I don't know. We can't really predict the public opinion, but you can bet there will be critical voices. I'm not sure how I can convince everyone that I'm not involved with Raza's plans. Well, you do have the Council's support. If Emiria voiced that you were on our side, it wouldn't be so bad if the public found out. Yeah, but she also made it clear that she believes most people won't have the same opinion. She won't support me publicly if their vote is against me. That is true. Emiria plays the political game a lot. She aligns with the popular opinion so people like her. So I'm supposed to say that's very dishonest. It is, but that's who she is. Does the public know about the portal's current state? No, if it can't be fixed... if it can be fixed. No, if it can be fixed, it wouldn't be worth mentioning. And if they can't fix it, they aren't going to announce it before they know how to deal with the current situation. Compared to Raza, it's not really a problem. It might become one pretty soon. If word gets out and I'm suddenly his accomplice, what would happen to me? How would you even deal with Raza if you caught him? I'm not sure. I suppose we would have to work something out between our legal system and whether humanity has to say on the matter. And if the portal is done for, what then? Then humanity would be out of the picture for any legal proceedings. Raza would likely be held until contact has been re-established or just serve his sentence here. I see. How do your jails work, anyway? Well, if a crime has been committed and proven without a doubt, a jail sentence can be the consequence. Our delinquents live in an area separate from the rest of society, monitored at all hours of the day. They receive the help they need, and efforts are taken to make them realize their wrongdoings and integrate them back into our community. Life isn't that much different here. Life isn't much different there than it is here. The spaces are more cramped, for sure, but mostly it is just a very controlled environment. That's not much of a punishment. It is a consequence, not necessarily a punishment. Our society at large benefits more from people who are rehabilitated, and if mental issues are the cause, those can at least be found and addressed. That sounds like how it used to be back home. These days in our city, you get 3 strikes. What does that mean? 3 infractions of our rules and you get thrown out of the city. If someone is a drain on our limited resources, we won't support them. Well, I can understand why you needed to incorporate such a policy. The finality of it makes me a bit uneasy. It has worked so far, and it's not as if the outside is completely unkind. Someone expelled from the city might find a different community or join one of the mobile groups. The situation inside our city-state is still much better than the outside, though. They're very strict with those allowed to live there. It is a privilege. Anyone or anything that threatens the inside society or the lives of its people is removed very quickly. How would a murderer like Raza be dealt with? An eye for an eye? No, we don't do that, but murder is a crime so heinous that immediate expulsion is the consequence, regardless of prior infractions. I see. What do the citizens think about this system? Some agree with the methods, some don't, but as long as it works, people won't complain. Weeding out undesirable elements is what keeps their standard of living intact. I guess that means politics don't play a big role where you come from. No, they won't change a working system. It varies here, but I'm so tired of Amira and her games. As I work with her, I can see exactly how she plays the public. I know every council member has their own approach, but everything she does is so tailored towards the public's expectations. For her, it's just a popularity contest. You know what? That gives me an idea. Really? What is it? The human visit and all the associated consequences are her responsibility, right? Yes. For her, this situation with Raza must be utterly horrifying. She keeps talking about preventing public backlash, but she's really just trying to protect herself. That sounds accurate. Maybe we can use that to our advantage. How? She can't send me back to my world right now. That makes me the only one here with knowledge of Raza, and humans in general. That's true. If I speak from this point of authority, we should have a much easier time convincing her of anything we want. You couldn't convince her to let you stay in our world, though. Yes, but I was trying to use reason and plead with her. I didn't take into account her fear of public backlash. I think we can manipulate this fear of hers and use it to our advantage. If there were consequences to fear from Raza, me, or the rest of humanity, and those consequences would make her look bad to the public, would that be reason for her to reconsider any action, right? I suppose so, but what situation could this apply to? She nearly sent me back through the portal. If she tries anything again, at least we have something we can use against her. I think I see where you're coming from. Raza is still a mystery to me though, all things considered. Wouldn't it be beneficial for him to just stay here? No offense, but even our prisons offer a better standard of living than your city. As such, couldn't that be a reason for him to have vandalized the portal? I don't think so. You're right, your world is in much better shape than ours, but even if Raza could stay here, he wouldn't. He came here for the same reason I did, to help our people. He has a very pronounced sense of duty to humanity, and I believed in him when he stepped through the portal. He proclaimed that he would do everything he could. When I met him again in this world, I had the impression that he wanted to get our mission over with as soon as possible, so he could return to our world with aid. That's going to be difficult with the portal out of order. The person who did it probably didn't even realize it wasn't a very good idea. This might make Raza even more desperate. Who knows what he'll do next? And if anything happens, I can't leave either. If the portal is gone for good, I suppose you'd have to stay here. What do you think about that? So I'm supposed to say, I'd love living here. I'd love living here. I'd love living here. Everything I've heard about this place is so wonderful compared to back home. That's good to hear. I certainly wouldn't mind if you stuck around. Only now do I realize that everything I told you earlier must seem so petty compared to the struggles you face. So I'll say, don't say that. Why not? That's not how it works. That's like saying a person can't be happy because someone else might be happier than them. Don't downplay your own suffering like that. That kind of thinking only makes it worse. Thanks, Prince. I can't even imagine what life must be like where you are from. Back home, I was just trying to survive and help others do the same. That hasn't changed. I'm almost afraid of going back to the city, though. Times are so rough. Yet, even if I didn't have to go back, I would. I can't just let them down like that, you know? I have to try and do what I can. That's why I came here. I wish I could be that strong. So, I can pretty much say whatever here. Who says you can't? I'm gonna go with who says you can't. I don't know. You told me about your old job. Yeah, I miss those days. What about it? It's not exactly the same as saving a city, but you were helping people, right? That's true. Maybe once your term with Emiria is over, you could do something like that again. I really wish I could. Can I ask you a question? Of course. Do you even like me? There must be a reason why you'd put up with me for this long. What are you talking about? Do you consider me a friend or maybe more? Oh boy. Okay, so we can say I like you as a friend, I like you as more than just a friend, or don't read too much into our meetings. So I don't think it really matters which one you say. I'm looking pretty closely and it doesn't look like it's gonna matter too much. We'll just say, I like you as a friend. That makes me really happy to hear. I haven't had a friend in a very long time. I think I should get going now. Thanks for hearing me out, Prince. Likewise. Looks like I have some free time today. Alright, so let's meet up with Anna again. So, yeah, let's do it. There you are. I was wondering if you'd even show up. So I'm supposed to say, wouldn't miss an opportunity? Wouldn't miss an opportunity to meet you. A glutton for punishment, huh? Not that I mind. Follow me, please. So what exactly is this room? It's our testing room for research on live subjects. And what exactly do you test here? You'll see that soon enough. I intend to use this facility to its fullest potential. I see. Let's start with this one. What's that? I can get a good look at your bone structure, muscle groups, and organs with this. For the finer details, we'll need a different machine. Would you please lay down here? Of course. Before we start, can I ask you about your qualifications? You can trust me, I'm a doctor. What kind of doctor? Well, Doctor of Pharmacy is the only title I currently hold, but I know how to operate the machinery. That doesn't exactly inspire confidence. You think I'd let an opportunity like this go to waste by not doing my research? I'll have you know that I'm very qualified to perform these tests. If you say so. Now, please, try not to move too much while this is running. How long will that be? Good question. I suppose we'll see soon enough. What do we do now? Just wait until it's over? What do you want me to do? Dance for you so you don't get bored? So we're supposed to say, dancing dragon. What does a dancing dragon look like anyway? Is that your scientific curiosity shining through? I can approve of that. You didn't answer my question. Well, I'm not going to show you. If you're that curious, you might find the answer in the seedier parts of town. Your town has seedy parts? Oh, there's a lot you haven't seen yet. You know, when I heard that something happened at the facility, I thought it might have been you. It's quite something, isn't it? You know, if I stayed as late as I used to, it might have been me instead of Damien. I don't know why I keep fucking his name up. It's such an easy name. Anyway. And it's only because you told me not to stay late so often that I wasn't there that night. Still, somebody died. I'm not crying over that bastard. Alright, you can move again. Does that mean I'm done? That's a good one. We're just getting started. What about the results? Don't hold your breath. It'll be processing for some time, and the resulting data will be so vast that we'll probably end up studying it for days. Let's collect some samples now. Where should I start? Wherever you like. Show me your claws. That would be my fingernails in my case. I suppose you're right. It would be insulting to call those the thin little things of yours claws. They'd probably break off before you could make use of them in any practical way. Just one more way nature gave us the short end of the stick. So, which part would be fine for me to cut off? Take a piece from the white part. The rest you see is attached to the finger. Hold still then. Don't cut off too much. Don't worry, I only need enough to put it under a microscope. There. Was that so bad? Do you want me to put a bandage on your little boo-boo? So we're supposed to say, we're supposed to say whatever. Whatever. Oh, I guess with the right training I can make something out of you after all. And what now? Now it'll go right under the microscope. She got up and sat down at a table. Indolently, Anna stared at a device while messing around with the nail clipping. Let's see. Putting your fingernail under a microscope is something we used to do in middle school. Quiet, please. There's a scientist at work here. Okay. This structure looks a lot like creatine? Creatine? What is that? Keratin? I don't know what that is. Now I'm supposed to say, because it is. Because it is. Well, that's not much of a surprise, really. Keratin is a substance that forms the claws on us dragons and most of the animals here. At least as far as mammals, reptiles, and birds are concerned. So why would you retain the structure but not do anything useful with it is beyond me. It gets better. They grow continuously, so they need to be cut regularly. What happens if you don't cut them? They just keep growing. How much can they keep growing? Pretty much indefinitely. Do they get thicker at least? Or what else happens when they grow? They just get longer. What a hassle. So, how long are you planning on keeping me here? Getting impatient already? I'm just saying, our date didn't take all that long, and you mentioned you'll already have days worth of data from that machine. Well, we never specified any terms, and I sat out our date until it was officially over. This will certainly go by much quicker if you can show a little patience. So I'm supposed to say, Queen of Complaining. Says the Queen of Complaining. I don't complain, I just point out errors. Besides, I'd be Empress, not just a queen. By the way, how do you feel about needles? So I'm supposed to say, poke me if you need. Go ahead and poke me if you need to. I see. I'll make the most of it then. You'll need to remove some layers from the next part. What are you going to do? These are just some electrodes, and I'll also measure your brain activity with one of those helmets. Alright, here you go. What is it now? So I'm supposed to say... Actually, I can say anything I want to here. I'm just gonna say it's kind of cold in here. Is it? I suppose it might be for you, considering your lack of fur. Luckily, our scales are pretty good insulators, as you saw last time. It actually goes both ways. We're pretty resistant to both heat and cold. Just let me know if I turn blue. Turn blue when you get cold? I'd like to see that. It was just a joke. Besides, when that happens, it's usually too late to get out of it again unscathed. What a shame. This will also take a while. I want to have a good reference and see how your rates change. Your head shape is a little different from ours, but I think this one should do the trick. Perfect. Just as if it was made for you. I'm not so sure of that. By the way, how can you even be sure that your machinery will have no adverse effects on me? I suppose I can't. This is mildly unsettling. Your psychology is similar enough to ours that there shouldn't be any problems. I see. Now, I'm going to ask you a few questions. What is this? A polygraph test? No, this is something completely different. I'm also measuring your brain activity here. Besides, I don't really care about the truthfulness of your answers. Rather, this is to establish your natural highs and lows of the values I'm measuring. Go ahead then. Let's start with the easy ones. Just say no to the following 3 questions. It doesn't matter if it's true or not. Understood? So I'm supposed to say... Actually, once again, it looks like, I can choose whichever one I want here. I'm gonna go with, does this question count already? No, apparently you get it, though. The questions start now. Are you human? No. I see. Is your favorite color blue? No. Interesting. Have you been convicted of any crime? No. I see. Now we'll get to the real part. You can answer the following questions however you like. Got it. Did it make you uneasy when you had to answer all the test questions negatively? I'm gonna go with not really. I see. Interesting. Have you taken a liking to anyone here since you arrived? I'm gonna go with yes. I see. Do you have any ulterior motives when you came to our world, or is it as simple as we are led to believe? There are no ulterior motives. I see. That's all for this test. You can take off the helmet and I'll take care of the electrodes. It kind of seemed like an interrogation. I wanted to keep it simple by asking questions that you get a reaction. I see. It's kind of a shame, because in the end, a lack of additional subjects for this test means those results might not be very useful to us. We probably need a few more humans. Then why do them in the first place? The data is still useful, just not as useful as it could be. And besides, I did tell you I'd make the most of this room. Well, what's next? I'm not sure yet. Do I want to get close enough to examine mucosa and orifices? I'm gonna go with probably not. Yeah, that's what you actually are supposed to answer it like this this time around. So it's interesting to see that some of them have no impact on the standing with the character, but some of them do. That's actually kind of interesting. So yes, you're supposed to answer probably not. You might be right. We quarantined Raza when he initially arrived here, but skipped the procedure with you. After examining Raza, we didn't think humans by themselves posed any danger. Nevertheless, who knows what kind of illnesses and bacteria you might be housing as an alternate host. I'm not taking that risk without a full protective suit. Does that mean your procedures are going to get a lot more invasive? No, I'm not in the mood to put the suit on and sterilize the whole room. To be fair, I haven't heard of anyone I've been in contact with getting any strange diseases thus far. Sure, but then I'd have to ask you if any of those actually got close enough to you. As in, intimately close. No orifice examinations, then. For the next part, we'll actually have to go outside. Sounds like fun. Depends. Here, strap this to your arm. What's this? A handheld monitor. I want to measure how you perform during exercise. Supposed to answer yes, ma'am. That's a good little human. Let's go then, shall we? Sure thing. And now, take one lap around the block. I'll be waiting for you here. You can go as fast or slow as you want, but try not to stop until you're back here. I'll be monitoring you, so I'll know if you try to do anything fishy. Alright, so I'm supposed to say no need. No need to point out the obvious. You wouldn't believe the kinds of people I have to deal with sometimes. I could say the same thing. Is that so? Anyway, you can start whenever. The monitor should take care of the rest. Trying for a constant speed, I started with a light jog. Soon I was outside the gate and around the corner when I met an unexpected surprise. Oh, hello, Prince. Hey, Remy. Just enjoying the fresh air, I see. What about you? Oh, I have some errands to run. Is Amira breathing down the back of your neck again? Always. Well, I better not hold you up then. Until we meet again. See ya. Afterwards, I finished my lap around the block, arriving only a few minutes after I had started. I suppose it was too much to ask for a lap without any breaks. Maybe I shouldn't have expected you to be as fit as we are. I got distracted on the way. How so? Did you have to stop and smell some flowers? I met Remy. Remy? Oh, I wouldn't mind if that bastard kicked the bucket too. Jesus Christ, man! Okay, so we can answer however we like here, it looks like. I'm gonna ask, how can you say that? That's how I feel. Would you prefer me to lie to your face? Anyways, I've got your data, so we can head back inside if you're not too exhausted to walk. Of course. Looking at your data, it's kinda hard to evaluate it without having any reference points. How much exercise do you usually get? So we can answer however we want here. So, I'm gonna go with a little. I see. You sure get to ask me a lot of questions here. All just part of the tests. Though, I think those were all the tests I needed to run on you for today. Does that mean we're done here? Oh, some of the data from the scanning machine has been processed. We can look at some pretty pictures of you. So it looks like we were supposed to say, why don't you print them out and have them framed? Or better still, sell the prints. I could make bank doing that. Thanks for the idea. Wouldn't I deserve royalties from that? Sorry, no such written agreement exists. Oh right, I totally forgot that you were a mammal. To encounter an intelligent mammal, of all things, well, reasonably intelligent at the very least. Why is that so surprising? You already have your myths about humans. Myths are myths. Having you here in the flesh is an entirely different thing. It's not like I could use our myths to get a scan like this one. It just seems so funny to me. Do you nurse your young from your teats as well? We do. Let me study your muscle groups for a bit. You want me to take my clothes off again? I meant the pictures. Oh, I see. You could stay for a bit longer in case I have any questions. Okay. While I continued sitting on the bed, she went up to her table and started looking at the scans of muscle groups. As we talked, her eyes never left the screen. Some of these structures are very similar to those found in Damien's kind. I'm not surprised. His stature is similar enough. True, true. Now shut up and let me concentrate. Does that approach ever work? What are you talking about? You being that rude to everyone. Sorry. You apologize, that's a new one. I don't want to make any excuses, but with a high-pressure job like mine, I don't really get to go out and socialize much. Add some deteriorating circumstances to that, and you get my life. Don't you have any friends? Not really. If you keep skipping grades like I did and were on the fast track in university, you wouldn't really have the time to make or keep any friends either. I think the last time I had a real friend was more than a decade ago. What happened to that friend? Well, we went to the same class for a while. I ended up skipping a grade after that year. She found new friends. I didn't. We still met, but those visits became less and less frequent as time went on. I was around 10 years old when her parents prompted me to visit her. She was in the hospital, apparently had been for some time already. I didn't know because I hadn't seen her for quite a while at that point. She had contracted some sort of degenerative disease that caused her to gradually lose control of her muscles. Her case was particularly bad. She was already paralyzed from the neck down by the time I went to visit her. When I entered her room, I couldn't even pretend to be her friend. Lying in the bed was just a crude image of her former self. It was as if she was already dead. I couldn't bear to see her like that. It scared me. I didn't stay long. Seeing her like that was... I just told myself I never wanted to end up like her, dying slowly, painfully, and alone. That was the last time I saw her. She died a few weeks later. And that's why you became a scientist? Not really. I became a scientist because that's apparently what I'm good at. Doesn't make my work any less important, though. Just from what we did here today, we might make a few breakthroughs in several areas. Really? We're a completely different, yet stable evolutionary line. There are some things that are similar in our bodies, and others that are completely different. Anything that is different and works can tell us something new about biology. All the various species have their own challenges and diseases. It'll come in handy somewhere, for sure. And you're doing all of that because of your pure, unselfish heart. Not really. But if I do the brunt of the work, then I deserve to have my name on it. I guess so. Well, I think that's it for the day. You can go if you like. I wouldn't mind staying a bit longer. Really? Well, I want to study those pictures some more, and I can't really have you around if I do anything serious. But maybe some other time. Really? Because you're so insistent, I might as well. Okay. You know how busy I am, but I can call you if you'd like. Sure. If I don't forget, that is. Well, I'll leave you to your work then. Mm-hmm. Alright, I think that went good. Alright. Loss. Intuition. Superstition. Chapter 4. Alright, so I wonder how this is going to go then. This is the second to the last chapter, right? Alright, yeah, here's the hatchery. We're going to skip ahead. On skipping, and just like I did on the first playthrough, I'm not gonna let him enter because I don't want him to get killed. Apparently he gets killed if you go in. Or if he goes in, I mean. And you stay here. Skip all the dialogue. We've already heard all this. I am kind of curious what happens, like, you know, if you do let him go in. Maybe on one of the following playthroughs, maybe I'll let him get killed. Maybe if I'm going for an evil playthrough. I don't know. I'll have to think about it. Blah 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 blah. Holy shit. That's a lot of dialogue. Okay. Alright, so let's... Let us take the PDA to the library. I don't think I did this the first time around. And the library, that's where Remy is, right? So, let's go see him again. Doesn't look like Remy is here. Excuse me. Can I help you? Do you know where the audio section is? I'm looking for some sheet music. Sorry, I have no idea. I don't even work here. Ha, don't worry about it. The staff all seem to be hiding somewhere. Anyway, have a good day. You too. Maybe Remy is somewhere in the back or in his office. Hello? You know, this section is usually for staff only. I'm just looking for Remy. I'm supposed to drop off this PDA. Well, he is not working today. Apparently he has other arrangements. If you need to find him, you could probably do so at his home. Can I just leave the PDA here? Oh, I am not going to take responsibility for this if it gets lost. If you want to drop it off, go find him. Okay. By the way, I hope you do not take it personally that I tried to send you away. To be honest, I am glad that you are still here. Remember, I said that I believed you when you told me your side of the story. I always have to do what is in the public's best interest, and now they will not blame me if you have any connection with Raza. I hope you can understand that. Here is Remy's address in case you need it. Thank you. Oh, hello, Prince. What are you doing here? I just came by to give you this. I was already at the library, but Amira refused to let me drop it off there. I see. Hey, it's one of your PDAs. I told you one would find its way to me eventually. Yup, and now you can look at all the human knowledge you want. You have no idea how much I'm looking forward to that. I may not be working today, but I'm still going to check it out as soon as possible. I'm just going to leave it to you then. Thanks. Enjoy. Alright. So, what else should we do? I don't remember the other thing that I did the first time around. I really don't. Kind of wish that I did. So I could try something different. So I think I remember we did visit the witness, right? It was that other scientist guy that was doing weird experiments at his home. I remember that now. The bandage. I think I did the witness and the eggs. Let me take the bandage to the facility. See what this is about. Yeah, okay, so I don't think I did this. When I approached Anna's lab, I saw her sitting on the hallway floor, the door to her lab wide open. Hey, Anna. Oh, it's you. What's going on here? The police came and raided the place. What? Why? It's a long story, and I'm not going to tell it now. Is it bad? I don't know yet. I'm not sure how they expect me to work in these conditions, considering I get assignments from the council and the police. And then they both turn around and mess up the place as if it's part of their job. It doesn't make sense to me. Someone's going to hear about this, and there will be consequences, I can tell you that. Anyways, what did you want? I'm just here to drop this off for you, courtesy of the police. That's what I'm talking about. Mess up my place, then ask for my help. Something isn't right here, and I'll get to the bottom of this. What is this, anyway? I'm sorry, it's a bloody bandage for analysis. It's related to the Raza investigation. Alright then, I'll take it. Not for the police department's sake, but for yours. Don't let me hold you up. I'm sure you have places to be. Well, see you then. Yeah. Alright. So that went differently, for sure. And now we end up meeting with the ambassador again, right? Yes. Skip to the character selection. Yes. Some new messages. Huh? An empty message? Let's check the next one. There was another long pause. I almost thought that something was wrong with the machine, but then I heard Anna's voice. Hey, Prince, I'm not even sure why I'm calling about this, but it seemed like you wanted to hang out last time, so call me back if you feel like it. If you don't want to, then, well, whatever. What was that all about? Okay, she's got me very interested now. So, hang on a minute. Let me go ahead and save the game in a new slot. Okay. So, now she's really got me curious. Let's meet with Anna. Yes, she's here. Hey, Anna. Hey. What's going on? You sounded pretty worried on the phone. Worried? If I was worried, it would mean I was afraid of something that might happen. But I'm way beyond that. I know exactly what's going to happen to me. It's over. It's all over. What are you talking about? First they came to my lab, and now they went to my home, too. Who did? The police! They raided the place. They had a warrant and everything. I already know that they have all they need to convict me. I'm going to die in prison. Why? It's because of those tests I did on you. You will die in prison because you looked at my fingernail under the microscope? I'm a bit confused. Why don't you start from the beginning? Right. This goes years back, and you already know half the story. I was a brilliant mind who had skipped years in school and was on the fast track through university with an incredibly lucrative career in front of me. You wouldn't believe the offers I had based on all my accomplishments. I was still in school and already solving problems that no one had even touched before. I had so many awards lining my shelves that new ones just went straight to the trash. I didn't need them, I just enjoyed the challenge. Besides, I couldn't care less about what some old people thought about my work, as if I needed their approval. I was already more than any of them could ever have dreamed to be. The next problem I was going to tackle was an incurable disease. I started my research, but in an ironic twist of fate, I ended up contracting that very same disease myself. Whether someone had not been following health and safety protocols as well as they should have, or if I was just unlucky, I'll never know. But the reality was that I now had a disease that was treatable, but not curable. Despite having helped an incredible amount of people with my work, I was now the one who needed help. Yet there was no one who could help me. No one but myself. I was already planning on working on a cure anyway, and what better reason could there ever be than doing it to save myself? I told no one about my affliction and set out to do what many others had failed to. Any materials I needed to start my work were easily acquired just by waving my status around. I had free reign over my own lab. I could have even gotten assistance if I wanted to, but I knew they would only be liabilities. I even had a few good leads for ways to combat the disease, although the one that I chose to pursue was not exactly legal, not without prior approval by the council. My research was promising though, and while I submitted the paperwork, I knew that these things always move slowly. Being pushed through the various boards and committees could have taken months, if not years, depending on how generous they would be. I just couldn't afford to wait that long, as I was working against the clock. So, while waiting for the paperwork to be approved, I had already started with my work. I fully expected them to approve it eventually. How could they not? Given that I was tackling an incurable disease, the method I was going to use was not necessarily a new one, but it was controversial. It didn't even cross my mind that anyone would object, seeing as I would cure thousands, if not millions, of future people. But I was younger then and a little more naive than I am now. In the end, my whole project came crashing down in flames. The proposal that I was sure would be approved was ultimately rejected, putting all the work I had already done into jeopardy. I had already made good progress at the time, too. After the rejection, there was going to be an inspection of my workplace in order to determine the progress I had made on the project, which they assumed had been within legal bounds and didn't include the controversial things outlined in the paperwork. Of course, that meeting was just going to be a pretense, because I knew there were already rumors going around about what really went on in my lab. In the end, I had very little warning. Thankfully, I managed to dispose of the most egregious evidence before they arrived. They found proof of my wrongdoing, but since they didn't find evidence of how far I'd already proceeded, I was able to deny most of their accusations. Using the controversial method when it hadn't been approved was still seen as a very grievous offense, however. I was charged and sentenced harshly, though the sentence was suspended due to their lack of evidence. With all I had done for them, they knew better than to take away my license, and I was able to continue work in other areas, under the condition that it was within a council-owned facility. I see, so I assume that those tests on me were against whatever conditions they set for the suspended sentence. Exactly. Why didn't you just do things the proper way and wait for the paperwork to clear? Before my paperwork would even get through, you'd be long gone. Using you as a test subject would have been a process that the council would have to discuss with humanity. As such, there might have been another trade agreement and who knows what else. I just didn't have the time. Quite frankly, I don't even know how much longer I have left. This is my death sentence. You thought my test results would help you find a cure? And that's never going to happen now. How did they find out so quickly? It's not been that long since I came to your lab. It wasn't just those tests, there was Raza too. But Raza told me he didn't give you any of his blood when you asked for it. Because that's not what I got from him. This is my life we're talking about. Do you think I didn't spend hours on the ground in the hallway of the facility after Raza's first visit, trying to find a stray hair or anything else I could use? Or that when I gave him that first generator, I didn't try to graze his skin just enough so that I could salvage a few skin cells? How did they find out about this? It was Domanian, my assistant, that piece of shit. He was blackmailing me. Why? Because he's jealous of me, jealous of my success. He found out what I was doing with the stuff I could salvage from Raza. I didn't mind giving him what he wanted though. I just wanted to live. When he died and the police searched his apartment, they found all the evidence he had on me. And now, everything is coming down. I will be punished to the full extent of the law, and I will die in prison. My work will forever be tainted. Not that I'll care about that when I'm dead. Do you remember that childhood friend of mine I told you about? I never wanted to end up like her, but it seems not even I can do anything to escape that fate. Maybe I deserve it. Maybe it's my punishment. I have to die like she did, because I left her. I will spend my last days bedridden in a prison cell, and no one will visit me or care. You know what? With all that data I got from you, I might have actually found a cure. I don't want to cry in front of you. I don't want the attention or the pity. I don't want it. I didn't cry back when I was diagnosed, and I'm sure as heck not going to cry now. Okay, so we're actually supposed to, I believe. Let me double check and make sure. Yeah, we're supposed to tell her you know about her cancer. You have cancer. How do you know that? Remy told me. What? He must have used his position to look into some confidential documents. That's not exactly legal either. What a hypocrite. Why don't they just throw him into prison as well and let us rot together, huh? All those filthy bureaucrats, you should have heard them. How they don't want to change the rules because our tradition is sacred and that's how we survived all those years. Tradition now demands that I die. But you know what? I'm not playing by their rules. Never have. Actually, why don't I line up all of those who got me here and kill them? Because if I'm going to die, why shouldn't I take them out with me? I mean, I have nothing to lose if I'm going to die anyway. Don't do that. Just give me one good reason! Because where I come from, we can cure cancer. You can? Are you saying that if I went back with you, if you smuggled me out, that you could cure me? We have the facilities. If we had the power from the generators we asked for, we could. Are you kidding me? Because if you are, No, it's the truth. Maybe we could work something out. I'm sure humanity would not object, or maybe we could just give you the technology or the necessary method. We have already cured cancers. There's no need for you to die. Why would you do that for me? You know, I didn't care about you. I just wanted your blood, your data, just anything that would help me save myself. And that's exactly what I'm going to give you. Why? Nobody has ever cared about me. People were always willing to use my research, but I was just a machine to churn out results for them. That's what all the awards were for. I admit that I was selfish, always. Yet I did great things. At least that's what everyone kept telling me. You know, after that whole affair back then and the suspended sentence, the rumors about me never stopped. Did they warn you about me? Tell you to stay away? I'm sure they have. Why are you still here? I didn't listen to them, I guess. Just like you. Council, Damien, Remy, they were always sabotaging me. If everyone just left me alone, I wouldn't even need your help. Why couldn't everyone just leave me alone? When they gave me the manager position at the facility, that was just to distract me even more, giving me free reign over the lab so I'd be tempted to do something I shouldn't. How could I not at least try? One of their oh so important founding principles is how every individual is important. That's clearly not the case with me. At least they never showed it was. Now I can just see how different you are. You were the only one who came to me willingly and without any ulterior motives. Or did you? You invited me. I just took that invitation. Just to use you. And you still came back for more. You just let me do all those tests on you. Sure, you complained like a pro, but you sat it out for me. I owed it to you. You don't owe me anything anymore. So what? Maybe I won't have to die after all. If you can cure me, I'll give you whatever you want. I know there's politics involved, and I know it may not ever happen, but this is my last straw, my last hope. I'll do what I can. Thank you. Anyway, enough of that. I hope you don't mind me hanging around here. My place still looks like the police raided it. Oh wait, that's exactly what happened. Do you need help cleaning up? No, I can pay someone to do it later. I just don't want to be there right now. Nice apartment you've got here, by the way. Not quite as fancy as mine, but this isn't bad either. I guess the council treats you nicely, huh? Hey, it wasn't my decision. You're such a VIP, aren't you? I can't be that important if your apartment is nicer than this. Besides, after your rhetoric about being wild and all that when we went on our date, I assumed you were more the type of person who just lives in a hole in the ground. That's not what I said. I told you I can appreciate all kinds of different experiences. I could survive in the wild if I wanted to, though. You want to know what I did on my last vacation? I just started walking in a random direction. I spent a week in the wilderness before I came back. That must have been an adventure. I wouldn't be able to do that without tools. I could give you some tips if you'd like. Not sure if I'll ever need them, but I guess they could come in handy. Actually, there's one tip that should take care of everything. Let's hear it then. Just be a dragon. Then you've got everything you need and don't have to rely on tools and other stupid stuff. Yeah, that's super helpful. How do you think I'm supposed to do that? Not my problem. Actually, can you tell me about your advances in genetic engineering? Maybe you could make it happen. My personal ones? I was speaking more of your society as a whole, but if you have personal experience, that could also be interesting. We could do so much if we wanted to. Cloning, genetic scrambling, or hybrids of our various different species. Heck, we could even create new species if we wanted to, but that's not going to happen anytime soon. Tampering with genetics is not allowed. Why? Our enlightened society does not see any value in it. Besides, you know about our creation myth, right? The one about a human creating you? Yeah, that one. It's the only one we have. Anyway, we are not to tamper with the perfect images after which we were created. And what would those be? The belief is that each species was molded for a particular task, or a particular role in our society. Really? Some of them aren't even wrong. It suggests certain species should go into certain jobs because of their naturally higher aptitude in those fields. Can you give me an example? Well, let's just say that while everyone can join the police force, you'll never be the flyer on duty unless you belong to a species that can fly. Well, that much is a given. I was talking more about if there is any sort of discrimination, for example. You could say so. These structures can be pretty rigid in places, especially where the council is concerned. They really like to employ the members of their various species in their traditional roles. Ironically enough, the perpetual nuisance you know as Remy was a revolutionary case where that didn't happen. In what way? Well, a council's aide, particularly one who works in the archives, is usually a member of a species with more dexterous hands. You can't really expect a four-legged species to do that kind of job well. And he doesn't. It's really been a disaster. He's basically become the laughingstock of the whole town. When Remy initially got the position, there was a lot of controversy about the subject. Some liked it, some didn't. I thought that for Emra, politics was a popularity contest. Doing something controversial and divisive like that doesn't really fit that image. She wasn't like that in the beginning. It certainly caused people to remember her, though. And now that people know her, she has changed her attitude a bit. It was a good move because it kept her in the spotlight all the time, and she's using it to gain popularity now, so she just likes the attention. I don't know why she does it, and frankly, I don't care. You'd have to ask her yourself, but I doubt she'd tell you. I wouldn't expect honesty from someone like her. Politics always used to be so messy back home. Scandals, arguments, lies, they were everywhere. We do get the occasional scandal from time to time, and of course there's always rumors. You can't really make people stop talking. In a way, I'm glad we don't have all that anymore. Why not? At some point, it just gets tiring. People get loud and argumentative, and those are supposed to be our leaders. That's not something people would like here. If you're a council member who wants to be popular, you don't engage in that kind of behavior. It sounds like a nice change of pace. Not necessarily, since it also leads to reluctant arguments and sweeping issues that should be talked about under the rug. You know what? That doesn't jive with me. They like to preserve this fantasy of peace and harmony in our society. For me, it's just so fake. People pretend to be something they aren't to conform, because they don't want to stand out. They become faceless puppets like drones in a hive or cogs in a machine. What kind of world do we live in where speaking one's mind is seen as something bad? I never held back. Now, see where that got me. I bet some would argue that it would just be easier to conform then. I could never do that, and besides, I don't want to. There is this thing called integrity, and if there's one thing this society needs, that's it. Now you're starting to sound like a politician. If that's what your politicians sound like, maybe they aren't so bad. Sometimes I just want to walk up to some of ours and shake them until they wake up and accept the truth. What is the truth? I'm a scientist. Truth are facts that are empirically verifiable by science and tests. After all, the tests I do in my job are to find out if assumptions are true or not. I suppose if you ask different people, their definitions of truth would be very different. What's true to you, then? So, I don't think it actually matters what we say here. So we can either say, I know that I know nothing, I share your view actually, or truth is what I feel is right. I'm gonna go with I kind of share her view. I share your view actually. There aren't nearly enough people like that around here. You do seem to like talking about this kind of stuff though. I'm not an ambassador for nothing, you know. You're an ambassador so you can discuss the nature of truth with different cultures. You know, if you ask the wrong kind of person, these kinds of discussions could turn very ugly. I'm certainly here to learn about what you're thinking and how your society works on a deeper level. Of course I wouldn't just walk up to someone on the street and start talking. Maybe you should be talking with someone in social studies then. Not necessarily. Even if someone like that gave me their opinion, it's still important to hear the people's voices themselves. Okay, anything else you want to know? How much do you really like me? That's not the kind of question I was expecting. You called me when things went down, and you say you don't really know anyone else. So what? Is it that hard to admit that you like someone? You know me a little by now, you know what I'm like. Whatever you're looking for, you know I'm not that kind of material. Not even as a friend? You want to use emotionally laden words to describe our relationship? We've met a few times and that does it for you? This isn't about me. Before anything happens to either of us, I just want to know. You want me to tell you how I feel about you? Even if something happened between us, you know it's not made to last. You will go back to your own world, and I'll probably spend the next few years in prison. You wouldn't like the commitment anyway, would you? True, I wouldn't let something like that hold me back. People don't like me, and I don't like people. That's how it's always been. Right now, though, I'd have to say that you're probably the person I hate the least. Well, that's something, I guess. And I also can't deny that you have a certain exotic quality about you. Now you're talking. But enough about me. If you've put up with me for this long, it can't all just be for your own unselfish kindness, can it? I could say I don't hate you too. I could say I was smitten with you since the first time I saw you. I don't hate you too. I just did it to be nice. Well, that is the truth of it. I really kind of just did it to be nice. I just did it to be nice. So you met with me multiple times just because it was the right thing to do? That's right. Then why did you meet me now if you don't care? You sounded upset, and I wouldn't let anyone in such a situation down. I guess I don't like you the same way you like me, though. You're such a do-gooder. You spent enough time with me that I started to care, and then it turns out it's just platonic. You know what? I don't deserve you. Find yourself someone who is as nice as you are, and be happy. I can do that, but that doesn't mean I can't hang around with you. Alright, if that's how you really feel, then do me one favor. What is it? Watch the fireworks with me. The fireworks? Yeah, the big fireworks show at the end of the summer festival. It may be the last one I'll ever see. If the police don't arrest me beforehand, that is. I really can't promise anything right now, but I'll try. I figured as much. Don't worry about it, though. I can see it on my own. It just would have been nice to have some company. Anyway, I guess it's time for me to go. There's plenty of stuff I have to take care of before they take me in. Research papers, a facility, and other things. Well, don't let me hold you up. Thanks for having me. Oh boy, so it looks like we got Anna's, good ending in the bag. We're gonna be able to see the fireworks with her. Yeah, I gotta say, she was definitely kind of difficult. You know, we had to really kind of go through quite a bit to get her to open up. And really, she didn't even open up. Like, she wasn't like saying like, "Oh, hey, by the way, I have cancer." Like, no, I had to find out from somebody else. If I didn't get on good terms with Remy, I probably would have never knew. That's crazy. Wow. All right, so we can either meet with Bryce, order some lunch, or get some well-deserved rest. Um, so at this point, we can pretty much just end it, right? We can see the next ending at this point. I guess that's what I'm going to do. Yeah, I'm just going to get some well-deserved rest. In the end, I decided to spend the day relaxing in my apartment. I didn't know when things would start to pick up again, so I figured it would be better to get some rest as long as I still could. Here we go. This is it. Hope. Passion. Chapter 5. After a night of turbulent dreams, my consciousness returned to the shores of the waking world. Today is the day of the big fireworks. Who shall I bring? We can bring Anna along. Yes! We got one of the good endings in the bag, baby! Let's see it. Let's do it. Bring Anna. That must be her. Hey, Prince. Looks like you're ready to go. I didn't think you'd want to go to a community event like this one. Anything could be fun with the right company. With that argument, we could just stay here. I haven't seen the fireworks in years. With all the crazy shit that's happened to me recently, maybe they'll be a reminder of better days. Better days? You don't usually talk about yourself like that. It's because I just don't give a damn anymore. Who cares if you know that about me? Who cares that the entire town knows? I certainly don't. These days, I'm just trying to make the most of whatever is left. Alright, let's go then. After a few minutes of walking, we arrived at a rather empty-looking area near the edge of town. So much for the whole town being out to watch the fireworks. Yeah, I'm not going to those places. I'm kind of a celebrity, you know? Really? For better or worse, people know about me. Of course they would, given my intellectual status. Or maybe you just don't want to be seen with me. No, that's not it. Actually, that could be quite fun. It would only be another reason for people to be jealous of me. Oh, I think it's starting. We waited quietly as the stillness of the night enveloped us. Soon I heard the sound of the first rocket making its way into the night sky, after which it exploded in a pattern of colors. More rockets followed, their thunderous noise echoing throughout the land. Suddenly, a terrible realization hit me. Considering how public of an event this was, and how everyone would be watching the fireworks, now would be the best time for Raza to make his move. Not only was the village basically deserted, but the sounds of the fireworks would also overshadow any gunshots, giving him as much security as he would ever need. As the portal had been repaired by the mysterious person I met, now was the perfect time for Raza to make his getaway, and I was the only one who knew. Anna, I think we need to go. Now. Really? The fireworks just started. I know where Raza is. We need to stop him. Speak for yourself. This isn't my responsibility. This is much bigger than you. Are you going to help me or not? Alright, just for you. What do you want me to do? Fight him? I'm not sure if that would be such a good idea. I want to try talking to him first. If you can buy us some time, maybe I could get some help. That would be perfect. He'll be at the portal. Let's go. I arrived at the portal just a few minutes later. I couldn't help but be glad that it was still turned off and didn't appear to have been used recently, but it meant Raza was still here, somewhere. I looked around, thinking about where he could be or if it was worth waiting for him, here when I saw something out of the corner of my eye. Hesitating, I drew nearer. Poor Sebastian, man. I checked Sebastian for any signs of life and found nothing. However, his body was still warm. Raza was here very recently, but he hadn't used the portal just yet. Why? Sebastian's guard post was not just for the portal itself, but also the surrounding area. Since Raza was already here, he probably had some unfinished business very close by. The underground building, the administrator had told me all about the prowess of the generators within. It probably hadn't been hard for Raza to guess the same, or to try stealing them from a place he knew would be even more deserted than the rest of the village was right now. He also didn't have far to go from the portal. All things considered, it was the only option that made sense to me. I would have waited for Raza here, but in the end I decided it would be better to meet him underground. If there was going to be a confrontation, I was sure I would have the advantage in a more crowded space. Even in the darkness, it was easy for me to spot the site where they had unearthed the building's entry, as it was in a roped-off area that I had seen from afar before. Alright, let's see how this changes. Let's see what happens here. When I entered the building, I was met by a long, illuminated hallway that was lined with doors on both sides. Since the lights were already on, Raza had to be very close. I wasn't surprised at the building still having electricity, since his generators were also powering the portal. Suddenly, one of the doors opened, and out came Raza, carrying a large cardboard box. When he spotted me, he set it on the ground. Prince, you're here. You don't know how glad I am to see you. I've wanted to talk with you for so long. I even tried to contact you, but I couldn't with someone tailing you the whole time. But talking can wait. Now that you're here, we've got everything. Come on, help me with this and let's get out of here. No. No? What are you talking about? I'm not doing anything until you answer a few questions. You want to talk now? Sure, why not? We've probably got a few hours if we wanted to. None of them will disturb us here. We could even get the backup generator as well after we send this one over. When did you realize we were in the past? How did you know about the comet? I've known for a while. It's what I wanted to talk with you about when we met at the portal. How about you? I only recently found out. Looking back, it just seems so obvious to me now. I'm not sure how exactly you figured it out, but there are so many damn clues when you think about it. I mean, how could a supposedly completely different, independent civilization speak the same language as us? What was this supposed to be? An alternate reality? No, it was just a different time. When was there ever anything resembling these creatures on Earth? It's not hard to make the jump from dragons to dinosaurs when some of them here look pretty damn near identical to the dinosaurs we knew about. And then there was also the prehistoric fruits, the plants, and the fact that their technological level is nearly exactly the same as our own past society. But we don't even have to think that abstract. You just needed to look at the sky. The sun, the moon, even the stars are the same. Constellations change over time, of course, but you know we could account for that stuff. You could have just pointed your PDA at the sky when it told you the time period, including the imminent threat of being eradicated. You could even see the meteorite in the sky and how it would change its position day after day. Are you done being condescending? I guess so. You killed those dragons, Raza. What a brilliant deduction, Sherlock. Why did you do it? Do you really need me to spell it out? I thought better of you. After I found out the truth about this place, I knew just waiting for the generators we were owed was not an option anymore. It would have taken who knows how long, but I didn't intend to stay a day longer than necessary. You wouldn't believe how hard it was for me to acquire some generators. Some of the dragons didn't go down easily. But who cares if they got the generators I stole? With just this one, we won't need any of the others. How could you do this? How could I do this? Let me ask you this. What harm is there really in taking their generators when their whole civilization will be gone in a few weeks anyway? The ones I killed just died a little earlier than scheduled. Even if that creep hadn't shown up and interrupted our meeting, we wouldn't have had the time for them to make the generators for us. How about we don't let them all die? They aren't going to be extinct anytime soon, if that's what you're concerned about. I paid the hatchery another visit before I came here. With the right persuasion, I think we'll have plenty of reasons to keep at least some of them around. Bodyguards, border patrols, weapons, even as pets or companions, as long as we make the necessary changes. See, it's not as bad as you might think. I'm not going to just abandon them like that. only for their whole civilization to be wiped out. Get your priorities straight, Prince. Next, you'd rather starve because you suddenly empathize with the stake, and you're not satisfied just starving by yourself. No, you're going to let us all starve because you want to impose your morals on everyone. Since when do you think that you get to have any say in this? You know why you're here. What you're proposing is treason, and you know the consequences. Personally, I don't mind if you want to stay here. You know, I don't care about corporal punishment. Just let me through and you can do whatever you wish. I can't do that, Raza. I see how it is. They've told you they need this generator to stop the comet, huh? And now you've become their lackey. Don't tell me you've been drinking up what they've been telling you. You know they have as much of a vested interest in this whole thing as humanity does. That I and you do, or at least used to. Do you think they wouldn't do the same thing if it was their families on the line instead of ours? Their entire world is on the line here. They live in perfect harmony with their perfect green energy source and no reason for wars or conflicts. Yada yada yada. We had that too. And you know what happened then? Of course you do. This is such an idiotic trope, you know. Random person meets weird natives, learns their ways, and ends up saving them. What do they need you for, huh? Maybe they're gonna be extinct for a reason if they can't even save themselves. You know of our suffering, yet we'll let them have it? I don't care what happens to them, but unlike you, I was at least trying to save humanity. At any cost. We have the solution right here, and you want to get philosophical now? Don't you think we deserve it? They've had it for who knows how long. Now it's time for us. Not like this. Do you think I like it? If there was a different way, I wouldn't have spent the last few weeks doing what you didn't. We don't live in this fairy tale world of yours, where there's a perfect solution to everything. You should know that. Just being here for a few weeks must have messed you up. I think I know why. You got too used to all the comforts they have here. You actually don't care if they all die back home, do you? As long as you can stay here in this perfect little world of yours, you have discarded everything and everyone back home and replaced it with this. Maybe it's because you just don't have a life back home. I can even understand that a little. Of course, it would be nice to just stay here where they have everything that we don't. But being here also reminded me of everything I hated about our old world as it used to be. The pettiness and the politics. Say about the solar flare what you want, but it leveled the playing field and gave people like us a chance to make a difference. For all of our efforts, what did we get? A vote that was meaningless in a sea of stupidity and lies. Now everyone has to pull their own weight. We make the rules. You, of all people, should understand. Of course they wouldn't. They haven't experienced how it is to live like we do now. To see the world burn and everyone you know die around you. And because I have, I won't let the same thing happen to them. How many do you think died back home just in the 2 weeks you've been here because we don't have power for the hospital, huh? Do you think those victims aren't worth mentioning, or you just care about the few dragons I killed? Our city is the last bastion of a civilized society in a world where nothing else is left. Maybe you've forgotten about them, but I haven't. How many of us do you think will still be there in a month, a year, or are they just a statistic to you? The same could be said for the dragons. What do you want to do? Talk me down from doing this, and then what? It's too late anyway. You think they're just gonna let us go after what I've done? Fat chance. Whatever you may think, you'll find that our leaders back home agree with my course of action. Why are you telling me this? Because I expect you to join me. That's not going to happen. And you call yourself an ambassador. This generator is the only thing we need for our city to survive. How can you even argue about this? The dragons also need that generator, and I'll do what is necessary to stop you if I have to. So that makes you judge, jury, and executioner. What a wonderful set of morals you have there, Prince. We only need to wait until the comet has passed safely. You think you can stop the comet, and you need this generator to do that. Sure. And if your plan fails, then not only is this world gone, but we also lose any and all hope to save our own. We are so close now, we can't risk anything by waiting for your crazy plan when back home they are dying by the minute. I will not let you. You only want to save your own two-faced hide because you don't want to face the consequences of what you did. Why are you laughing about this? Because it's a joke. It must be. I'm the one with the gun, and you thought you could just waltz in here and lecture me. Listening to you was fun and all, but the grown-ups must get back to work now. I mean, what are you going to do? You can't stop me now anyway. Maybe I can. Suddenly, Maverick and Anna appeared next to me. You planned this, didn't you, Prince? Traitor! And to think I let you distract me with such a cheap trick, just because I thought there was still a shred of humanity within you. He pulled out his gun, not sure which one of us he should be aiming at. Just let me go and I'll forget this thing ever happened. You've got 6 bullets for 3 people. Do you think you can really do that, Raza? Do you think this is worth risking your life for? I've been risking my life for this every day for the last 2 weeks. What did you do during that time? Sip champagne in your nice apartment? Besides, this generator and the whole building came from our time. They belong to humanity. Suddenly, the administrator came out of the shadows in the hallway behind Raza. No, they belong to me. Confused, Raza spun around, aiming his gun at the newcomer who had slowly walked towards him. Who the fuck are you? Freeze! I said freeze! Want to waste your bullets on me? Feel free. You can't stop all of us. If you say so. Oh, shit. He pulled the trigger and the administrator fell to the ground with a dull thud that knocked her mask off. It's a chick? My first instinct was to run away, but as Maverick started charging, so did Anna and I. Oh, shit! He fucked him up! Maverick was fast, pouncing on Raza before he had a chance to aim at any of us. He was knocked to the ground, and Maverick embedded his teeth into the body before him. Raza was screaming. He aimed at Maverick's head and frantically pulled the trigger twice. The jaws dislodged, and Raza aimed his gun in my direction. Out of nowhere, Anna tackled me, shoving us both out of the way just before Raza unloaded the weapon in our direction. Both of us were seemingly unharmed, and by the time Raza was reloading his gun, Anna was already up again and running towards him. Just as he raised his arm to aim at her, she jumped and collided with him, causing him to miss his target wildly. She was on top of him now, raising a hind leg before slitting his throat with one of the large claws at the end of it. Immediately, he slumped. Blood gushed from his wound as he helplessly squirmed on the ground, and horrible, distorted noises left his severed windpipe. After a few seconds, his movements stopped, and Anna returned to me. Jeez, we fucked him up. Are you alright? Yeah. We went to check on the others, but both Maverick and the administrator were dead. Damn, Maverick sacrificed himself. Damn, he shot him in the fucking eye. Jesus Christ. Damn. In the weeks that followed, the dragons prepared for the comment. I, on the other hand, spent more time with Anna as she opened up about her condition. When the time came, the dragons executed their plan, and by utilizing the underground building's generators, the comet was ultimately diverted and never hit Earth. Even after they recovered and power was restored to the portal, I knew that I wouldn't be able to return to my own time. As the administrator, Azuma, had deleted the coordinates I needed to return home when she repaired the portal a while ago. While she had her own reasons for doing this, it meant that now my only options were to stay here, or to use the portal and the coordinates she had entered, travel back in time, and return to the day of my arrival in this world. However, I wasn't very concerned about this at the moment, as I spent my time in this world accompanying Anna on her journey. For her help in stopping Raza, she was awarded the highest honor the Council could bestow on her, citing her bravery and exceptional service to the community. As a result, the case against her was dropped and she was cleared of all charges. In the months that followed, I was with her during her cancer treatments and could only watch as her condition worsened by the day. By this point, she was living in a hospice and had become thin and weak as her disease had eroded her both physically and mentally. What did the doctor say? Who cares what the doctor says? I know he sugarcoats everything. It's not going to be long now, or else I wouldn't even be here. I'm not sure if there's any sensible way to ask this, but we're talking about less than a week. Besides, I'm the one who's dying here, not you. No reason for you to be so upset. She looked away from me as I saw tears welling up in her eyes. And to think that in your world you already had a cure for cancer. How pointlessly tragic. Yet here I am, being what I never wanted to become. But at least I'm not alone. A few days later, she passed away quietly in her sleep. The council held a funeral in her honor, which I didn't attend. Now that I had been with Anna until the end, I had a decision to make. I could either stay here, accept this outcome and all its consequences, or, by using the portal and Azuma's coordinates, travel back in time and return to the day of my arrival in this world. This way, I could get the chance to try again. No doubt, it would be a risk to relieve this roller coaster of emotions. After all, I would have to go through all the events and their dangers again, but maybe it would be worth it. Well, this was certainly a better outcome, right, than the first time around. There was definitely still a lot of sacrifices that were made to get this outcome, but the world was saved, right? So that is still a much better outcome than the first playthrough. But it's not the true ending. Because obviously the canon thing to do is to go back and, yet again, and get on good terms with all the other characters. There's not many, right? There's only, what, the 4 main characters? So we got the first one. We got 3 left. Because we didn't get to see Remy's good ending. We got Anna's, so I consider that an accomplishment. So, I'm reading more into what I need to do, right? With Remy. I need to actually date the waitress, Adine. I noticed the credit screen is different here, too. Interesting. That's still a pretty tragic ending, but yeah, still better than the first one. You have seen what lies beneath the mask. Quite revealing, isn't it? You've seen your first good ending. You've seen Anna's good ending. So there we go. And notice that the title screen here, you notice that there's slowly we're getting characters on the screen. And I'm unlocking achievements like crazy now. Tragic Hero. See Anna's good ending. Damn. Okay, so once again we have to go back though, right? Continue your journey, Prince. So we're going back for yet another playthrough. This time, I want to try and get Remy's good ending. We were close, but there's a couple things that I kind of screwed up on. Now, we were still able to salvage that playthrough because we were still able to get Anna's good ending, so I'm fine with that. But the things that I need to do to get Remy's ending, right? I mean, we did good on the quote-unquote dates with him, But we need to, so specifically, you need to visit the library in Chapter 2 to see a conversation between Remy and Adine. Look at Remy's pictures on a second date multiple times until you no longer get the option. And go on Adine's second date to learn about... Okay, I'm not going to spoil too much here, but yeah. So that's what we need to do. We need to go on Adine's second date, go to the library in Chapter 2, and look at... so basically, in other words, what it's saying here is I need to talk to both Remy and Adine. Okay. Actually, no, I'm not going to skip this time. Let's go ahead and shake his hand. Poor Sebastian, man. It's pointlessly gunned down by Raza. And yeah, you know what? Going through this again made me remember now and realize that Maverick was Raza's bodyguard, his patrol member or whatever, his security force, whatever they called it. Yeah, so you can tell he hated being here from the start. He looks grumpy. He always looks grumpy. Okay, so this is not really going to matter all that much. I just kind of wanted to see this scene again. What happens if you lie to him and tell him no? Wow. Okay, so he wants to get paid for giving them his blood. Oh my god, man. Raz is a fucking douche. Guess it's not too surprising. I mean, you know, desperate people do desperate things, right? I mean, when you can take into consideration the state that their world is in, they're desperate. You know, and so they're gonna do desperate things, right? It's like they're at the point where they just want to get in, they want to get the shit that they need, and they want to get the fuck out, you know. But I don't know. It's just I just don't like his attitude through the game, though. You know, it's like, damn, dude. Okay. Let's not skip. I want to meet the waitress here. What happens if you tell him maybe he just likes you a lot? Nothing. He just stays silent. He doesn't like that. I can tell. Oh, it's the humans. Alright, so let me look at the... So I'm gonna need to kind of scroll back and forth between Adine's stuff and... Whatever you do, don't make fun of her stupid magazine, is what it says. What magazine? I don't even know what the hell it's talking about. I guess we'll find out soon enough. Alright, so I'm gonna say, oh, it's a dragon. We're... Well, some scrambled eggs with bacon. I'm gonna be a Dick DeRosa through this as long as I can. Let me just grab my tinfoil hat real quick. Doesn't seem so bad to me. Yeah, you gotta remember their ears actually are more sensitive than humans, right? So, you probably can hear us, actually. Especially if they want to focus in. I bet they can. Alright, I'll just say thanks. Alright. Alright, so... Just don't want to mess anything up, you know? Yeah, so nothing really too interesting happens with different dialogue choices there. And on subsequent playthroughs. Pretty much plays out the exact same way, no matter what you choose. Slightly different dialogue. Depending on your choices. Okay. Yeah, I probably should have just skipped this part. Oh well. Well, you know, there is a couple things that I kind of messed up on in my first playthrough. Not necessarily messed up on, but if I want a couple of easy achievements, I can, Alright, so a couple of the things I need to do involves going into the kitchen. Alright, so this is just for some achievements. So we need to look in the fridge. Look at we need to crack an egg. That's right, we need to crack the egg. We need to crack another egg. Look how stupid this is. Crack another egg. 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 And another one. Huh, those are all of them. Guess I just wasted a perfectly good batch of eggs. You just wasted a perfectly good batch of eggs. Poor eggs. And you get an achievement for that. So fucking stupid. Alright, so that's it for that. Now we can go into the pantry. And we get an achievement for looking at everything except the lemons, because the lemons is the correct answer, obviously, so just look at everything else. If I put it on the floor and then stepped on it, what would happen? I'd be going on a date. Ah ha ha ha. But no, there's no hint here. Should I look at so fucking corny. Fig. What do I know about figs? Quite a bit, actually. Figs are ripe with history and still enjoy some cultural significance, especially in religious circles. For example, they are the leaves in which Adam and Eve covered themselves up in the Bible's book of Genesis. It also happens to be the kind of tree Buddha achieved enlightenment under. Not only that, but it was also mentioned in Greek mythology. Isn't it fascinating? But wait, there's more. But wait, there's more! The influence of figs also extends towards words, phrases, and sayings we still use today. Take the word... I don't even know how to pronounce that. Sycophant? I don't even know what that word is. For example, which comes from a Greek expression meaning someone who shows the fig, which was a vulgar gesture at the time, or I don't give a fig, which of course is a figure of speech. It might as well be said that the influence of figs is as far-reaching as its fruit is succulent. Figuratively speaking, that is. I'm afraid nothing of this actually helps with Rose's letter, though. Jeez, that was a lot more dialogue than I would ever expect from a fruit. There are two of them. What a nice pair. Oh my god, this is corny, man. Great. So, Daddy Grape finds his kid crying and asks, "What's wrong, kid?" But through all the tears, the kid couldn't get a single word out. Eventually, Daddy had enough, so he said, "Stop what? No, I won't say it. It wasn't a good joke anyway." We learned a lot about fruits, kinda. Well, I certainly didn't expect to be learning about fruits today, but there you go. So now we look at the lemon. Okay. So yeah, that's an easy 30 gamer score right there, and some interesting dialogue from the fruits, especially. Definitely more than I thought we were going to get from it. Oh, you stay silent no matter what dialogue choice you make there, it looks like. So we know what's going to happen here. Yep, so this plays out exactly the same. And now it begins. Yeah, the beginning of it is kind of slow, because you know exactly what to expect at first. After the first playthrough, anyway. Don't think it really matters too much what we say here. Alright, let's see what happens if we decline. No. Are you serious? He won't let you? So basically he's forcing us. We can keep playing this game. I'm just gonna sit here all night. We're gonna sit here all night, Bryce. We can do this. If you want to play this game, I will play this game. No. 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 Alright, fine. Fuck it. Jesus. So he won't let you decline. I was curious what would happen if you tried to decline. That's something I did not try to do the first time around. I was always willing to help him. Yeah, once again, I don't think it matters too much because I'm not trying to do well in these investigations. Oh my good lord. Makes him look cooler. No, just no. Oh my god. So you really can't fuck up, like, he'll just correct you. So he already knows, like, what why are you asking me? If you already know, why are you even asking me? He had AIDS. Okay, so apparently AIDS does not exist amongst dragons. You didn't even know what that was. He committed suicide. Oh man. This isn't blood, you sure? Ketchup. Oh my god. Yeah, I definitely should have just skipped this. Jesus Christ. A bloody steak. Alright, how did I do with my investigation, Bryce? Maybe this isn't your strong suit. Yeah, no doubt. Jesus. So, don't think it matters too much what we go with at the beginning for her, right? I don't think so. Yeah, it doesn't matter at first when we first meet her. It's just a hobby. Oh, he mentions the scrambled eggs. I noticed that. Nothing too interesting, though. Aside from getting those 2 achievements, which I didn't really care about anyway. It, you know, there wasn't really any point in doing this. Not for this playthrough. Okay. Alright, now hopefully we can get to the... Yes. Okay, finally. Alright. Alright. So I think we can go with either one first, right? Let me double check. Yeah. So, looks like we can do either one here to start. Okay, so we'll order some lunch. Now the choices are going to matter. But I've already seen this scene, so... From part 1, actually. Actually, I think she was one of the first characters I met in the game, I'm pretty sure. No, actually, wait a minute. She was one of the last characters. I think. Yeah. Yeah, I think I met with her in, like, Chapter 3, actually. Now that I'm thinking about it. Hang on. Did I miss something? Oh, I hope I didn't. No, I didn't miss anything. Okay. So we can just say whatever here, it looks like. So so this is where the choices actually start to matter. So we got to invite her in. Why don't you come in? No, we don't want to skip this. Because I'm worried if I skip, then it'll make choices that might not actually be the ones that I want to make, or the ones that... Because I'm trying to make sure, like, get a guaranteed good ending. You know what I mean? So, more to it. Maybe there's more to it than that. But like I said, I mean, the first time around when I met with her, I think this actually went well, too. But we already know this about her, so I'm going to skip this manually. I just don't want it to skip my dialogue choices with her. That's what I don't want to happen. Oh, so I'm supposed to hit, well, can you? Supposed to say nothing special. Okay. Supposed to say she's the most overqualified delivery flyer. Which I do believe is actually what I told her in the original playthrough as well. Let's say awesome. Where can I watch that? These questions are pretty obvious, right? Like the ones that you should actually answer to. Noble creatures. Just this one I think doesn't matter. Dragons are noble creatures. So, I thought it was awesome. Supposed to say, wasn't really my kind of thing. See, I remember now. Originally I said it was entertaining, but nothing special. Wasn't really my kind of thing. I'm supposed to say I'll check it out. Yes. We'll just keep saying yes. Yes. Then we're supposed to say, you started it. Well, you started it. I don't think this one actually matters. Yeah, this one doesn't matter. So we can ask her whatever. I remember now. Originally I asked her what's the most embarrassing thing that ever happened to her. So this time we're gonna ask what is her most guarded secret? Doesn't keep secrets. It's not a real answer. She said that's the truth. Yeah, I told her you're not very good at this game. We're supposed to answer with world peace, which I remember I did originally as well. World peace. Alright, and then we're supposed to ask, what would you do if you were invisible for a day? Or you can ask, scared of dying. Are you scared of dying? Just don't ask about the biggest physical flaw. Don't ask that. Okay. What would you do if you were invisible for a day? But no, I think it's a more obvious question, though. Biggest... Oh! It says you can ask any of them. It says, invisible for a day or scared of dying, then I feel the same way, or biggest physical flaw, then not sure I'd agree. Okay, so we'll just keep it simple. What would you do if you're invisible for a day? Okay. So, hope for the best. That's what we're supposed to answer with. Say my last goodbyes and hope for the best. And this one does not matter. So we're gonna keep it simple. If you could come back with me to my world right now, would you do it? I remember that's what I asked her in the first playthrough as well. All right. Well, that went good. More free time. So let's meet up once again with Remy. Let's see where this goes. Hopefully this time we can actually get Remy's good ending. No, don't skip. So, better be safe than sorry. Sounds like the kind of thing I'd like to do. Myths about humans. Then alphabetically. Then sounds very intuitive. Okay, so we now need to, let me scroll back up here. See if I can, actually I should have it on another tab, hold on. Yes, I do. See, I'm good. I've got this shit down now, man. I got the I already had it open in another tab. All the order of the books. So we're good. Okay, so let's go ahead and skip all this. I don't need any of the hints. Number 1 is the Inception. Number 2 is the First War. Number 3 is the Tribe. Number 4 is the Second War. Number 5 is the Invention. Number 6 is the Spark. 7 is the Third War, and the last one is Enlightenment. Alright, good shit. So let me go back to the other tab now. Now, hang on. Okay. So, humans alphabetically, intuitive, books in correct order. Sure thing. So this doesn't matter what I say here. Let's say I didn't know I could have this much fun in a library. So, sure thing. So we gotta apologize, sorry. We gotta say, actually I am. After all this dialogue. Pretty cool. We gotta say nothing supernatural. So we're gonna say speechless when I saw you. All right, let's just wait. Wait again. We know this works, so let's not do anything stupid. Let's look at the computer. That's what actually progresses this. Very nice Final Fantasy parody. What is the dragon in the lower right corner of the screen there on that error screen? I think I broke it. Alright, got bored. These choices don't really matter. Actually, I do. This one does matter. Actually, I do. And then finally, human miss. I'd like to know more about your human miss. Conflict, Chapter 2. Skip to the scene selection. Yes, I think I do want to skip. Okay. Don't think it matters too much at this point, right? Yeah, I don't think it matters. I think we've pretty much been everywhere that we need to be at least for what I'm going for in this run. Maybe there's something I missed in the park the first time around. Let's go to the park. You sure? What happens if you keep searching it? Just going to be the same result over and over again? I guess so. What about the shrubbery? Yeah, so see, we already got the items here, so you don't need to go through this again. So last time, right, we went towards Tetsu Avenue, I believe. We went north last time, if I remember correctly. This time, let's go south, toward the political district. Sorry about that. Are you alright? Besides being a little dirtier than before, I think so. I should really look where I'm going. Sometimes I just get lost in my thoughts. Hey, I think you dropped this. Oh, thank you. Ghost stories, huh? Yup. Oh, I should probably go before the bookstore is closed. Bye. Well, I definitely didn't encounter that the first time around, or the second time around. There's someone sitting on the benches. Let's approach the dragon. Ah, it's a minister. What a most pleasant surprise to be meeting you here, Prince. Do you know who I am? I do. What brings you here today, Prince? I'm not quite sure of that myself. Ah, the park does have an appeal that naturally draws people in. I would know, since I'm partly responsible for creating it. Have you seen the north side yet? If not, you totally should. It's just so pretty this time of year. You created this park? Well, some of it. Do you see the building behind me? That's where I work. Do you want to know a secret? The park was built here so I could enjoy going outside on my breaks, like right now, for example. Speaking of your work, Remy works for you, right? I just met him the other day. Oh, Remy? Quite the little nerd, isn't he? Have you seen all his malformed ears? I want to laugh every single time I see him. That's not very nice. Oh boy. We're gonna say that's not very nice. Let's see what she replies with. Be that as it may, I just can't help it. Can I ask you a question? You can ask for sure, but whether I can answer or not is another question. What would you like to know? Okay, so this is kind of interesting. This is different. Glad I did this. Okay, so let's ask about her job. Can you tell me more about your job? I could, but I think overall it's a very boring affair. It involves a lot of reading and talking and approving and rejecting forms and projects. It has its perks, but in some ways I'll certainly be happy when my term is over. If you've been minister once, that's something people remember you for, even if those times are long past. No one can take that away from you again. You mentioned your term ending. How does that work here? We, the ministers, serve our term, and then someone else takes our place. Only one minister changes at a time, though. Technically speaking, any person can become a minister, though there are certain standards and requirements that must be met in order to apply for office. I don't want to bore you with the details, as that too would be a long and tedious affair. Let's ask about our visit. What do you think about us visiting this world? You and Raza? Well, I think it is about the most exciting thing that has happened here in the last few years. It certainly has been a nice distraction from the other boring things I have to do at work. How so? Arranging your arrival was partly my responsibility. In fact, I would have been at the portal to welcome you myself if something else didn't come up at the last second. Let's ask about the park. Can you tell me more about Tatsu Park? Well, I'm not so sure there is that much to say about it. It just opened recently. I think the initial request was far more open spaces, like a dedicated place for people to gather and such. If you read The Plague, you would know that the park was dedicated to our so-called creator. I say creator like that because I think that word is a bit of a misnomer, but I suppose people still use it regardless. Alright, well that's all. I suppose I should be getting back to work anyway. Well, thank you for this most pleasant conversation, Prince. Alright, well that was interesting. Yep, so that's the sign that she was referring to. Let's just head back, there's nothing else to do here. Got some more time left, what should I do? Let's visit the library. Already told you, it's not here. Who's he talking to, Adine? Won't you help out an old friend? Friend, this is the first time you've spoken to me in years. And whose fault is that? For you, I didn't even exist these last few years. At least I tried to reach out to you. No, you're just here because you want something. I'm right here, right now, and you still continue to act like that. She was my friend too, you know. I think you should leave. Hang on, so actually, wow, I almost fucked up royally on this. Because, yes, we were definitely supposed to do this. I think it's part of the requirement, actually. For his ending. For his good ending. Yup. That's the first requirement. Oh damn, that would have been bad. Because I haven't saved in a while either. That would have been pretty bad. Yep, visit the library in chapter 2. Damn, I almost fucked that up. How did I almost screw that up? I literally just read this before I started this. Well, to be fair, I've been streaming for what, 3-4 hours or something like that. I've been streaming for a while now. Okay, well I'm glad I didn't miss that. Alright. For what it's worth, I'm sorry for everything. It's a little late for apologies. Have it your way then. Adine stormed out so quickly that she didn't even notice me. I waited a few minutes and wondered if it was a good time to talk to Remy. In the end, I decided that my task was too pressing to come back at another time. I shuffled through books and tried to look busy until I noticed he resumed his work so I could approach him. Oh, hello, Prince. Good to see you again. You too, Remy. Sorry, I didn't get a chance to call you about the dinner yet, but there should be an opening soon. Anyways, do you need anything from me? So, we don't necessarily need to do anything here. I mean, I remember the first time around I said that it was none of my business, right? But this time, screw it, let's ask. What did Adine want from you? Wait, you were here that whole time? Not the whole time, just long enough to know that something's up. It's nothing that concerns you. Come on, it does concern me. I know you and I know Adine. It's really nothing of great importance. Are you aware of a certain prehistoric underground building we recently discovered? I've heard of it. She wanted a blueprint of it. which was one of the things found inside the building during an investigation. How would you have it? We're not just a library, you know, but a whole archive that stores all sorts of information and objects. Do you remember the box you dropped last time you came here? Yeah. It was filled with artifacts. We have them here for safekeeping. In any case, a blueprint is the kind of thing that would be placed in our care eventually. So she thinks you have it. Even if we did, it wouldn't be something we could just give out to anyone. Of course. Alright. So I already went through this dialogue. I asked about everything else except for that. Oh, this is actually... Okay, I remember. I remember what he said. Originally he said, fine, thanks. Like, he didn't really say much of anything. This time he says something different. He says, I'm not sure, to be honest. There are a lot of things on my mind right now. Like what? I'm not at liberty to discuss them at the moment. I'm supposed to be working, you know. Huh. I noticed that. Subtly different. Okay. Yeah, we'll go ahead. I think it should be okay to skip. Yeah. Yep, that's all we needed to do. We just needed to hear that conversation between him and Adine. So, we're gonna go ahead and skip. Okay. I didn't give him much of anything this time. Oh well. I don't really care. It's not what I'm going for in this playthrough. Whatever am I going to do? Looks like there's some messages on the answering machine. Let's see. So, yep, he invites us once again. Please leave a message after the beep. Gotcha, you thought that was your answering machine, but it was me, Adine. I know we talked about me coming over again, but I thought, why not mix it up and you come to me instead? I mean, it's not like I can use your excuse and pretend to order something from you. After all, you don't even have anything to sell or deliver, unless... Well, I don't think you're that kind of person. Oh, I do hope this is the right number, or someone is going to be very confused. Well, she did get the right number, and I'm still confused. Man, she is a cornball. Alright, but she's definitely, I can already tell, like, you can just tell, she's way easier to get to open up than Anna, but, you know, we know why Anna is the way she is now. So, I think, first I want to meet with Remy. So let's make sure we do good on here. So we're supposed to say it's no problem. Once again, I'm really getting like 12-minute vibes from playing this like over and over again like this with these subtle differences. Like I really do get like 12-minute vibes from this game at this point. Not that that's a bad thing. So we need to say, this choice does not matter. So let's say anything will do, because we know that's a safe choice. Yeah, so we've seen this in the end of the last part, like towards the end of the last part of the playthrough. So that's why I'm skipping over this, not really reading it, narrating on it. Already did it. So... Actually, I did both, all of his scenes, technically. I just didn't end up getting his good ending. But at least I got Anna's. Okay, so we need to look at the pictures. Keep looking at the pictures. Okay. All right. Sound effects, man. Okay. Lift your shirt. Oh my god. I suppose so. That's what we're supposed to say. So that's pretty much it for specialties here. I just need to make sure that I get on good terms with Adine as well. So I don't think this one actually matters. Let's just say I met Emra recently. You met my boss? Just hang around to Soup Park? She certainly does that a lot. Let me give you one piece of advice. Don't ever work for a politician. Curious what he would say about that. Alright, so we already know why he uses a stove to cook. Let's go ahead and ask about the murders. Good God. Oh, what a terrible thing. People can be so cruel sometimes. They can be. Where I come from, incidences like this are unfortunately fairly common. Truly? Here, it is almost unheard of. One just needs to take a look at the statistics to realize that this is very unusual, or just an exceptionally bad week. So, now we'll just say... You like the food? You need to say it is delicious. All right. Need to mention Anna as well. Well, we can't actually mention Anna, though. Hopefully that doesn't screw anything up. Oh, I know what I need to say for this. There is none. Just need to say I like the people. So yeah, I guess the choices for him change depending on who you meet with. So if you meet with Emra, you get to mention Emra. If you meet with Anna, you mention Anna. But because I needed to meet with Adine, you know, that happened. So I don't know. I don't know how I was supposed to go about that differently. But like I said, hopefully that doesn't affect it. We'll see. I might not need to hit, like, all of these correctly, you know what I mean? So, we'll see. Glad to hear it. Wouldn't mind playing. I agree. Okay, let's see what happens here. So, that's what I meant. Yes, that's what I meant. Alright, up for some dessert. I'm up for some dessert. Let's ask him if he needs help. He's so confident. Feel bad for him here. Alright, don't need to apologize. It's not mentioned that this is in the guide that you have to say all these things, right? It's just saying that these can improve his mood or his standing with you. Alright, and the rest of these don't matter. Let's see what he says if we say, can't you report her to a superior? Yeah, it's pretty much how I expected it to go. No confidence with that. Which, I mean, it makes sense. Okay, so let's meet with Adine once more. I'm coming! Oh, it's you! I was expecting someone else. You're a little early. Yeah, I didn't know how long it would take me to get here. Better early than late, right? And who might that be? This is Amelia. She's one of the kids I work with. Hello, Amelia. Say hi, Amelia. Hello. I just have to bring her back to the orphanage real quick. Feel free to make yourself at home in the meantime, okay? Sure. So this is where you live, Adine. Small but cozy. I'm back. That was quick. Being able to fly does have its perks, you know. Wait, you flew back? You flew her back? Well, I am a delivery flyer. She doesn't get scared or anything? Not at all. She's such a brave little girl. So what exactly is it that you do at the orphanage? I'm a volunteer. I help them out with whatever they need, and sometimes take care of the kids. They only have so many social workers. The ratio is about 1 social worker for every 10 children. So it's good for the kids to spend some time one-on-one with someone they know. I guess you could almost call it babysitting, but for the kids, we basically become foster parents. The older they get, the less likely they are to be adopted. She might be too old to be considered soon. What a shame. Yeah, I know. I'm worried about what will happen to her if she doesn't find a family. We will take care of her, of course, but it's not quite the same as having parents. I'd adopt her myself, but I don't think I could care for her properly. Not as a single parent with my packed work schedule. I still work as a volunteer as often as I can, because if I don't, who will? Someone needs to be there for those kids. I'd say that's very nice of you. Thanks, but for me, it's not about being nice. I almost feel obligated to help, you know? Anyway, let's talk about something less depressing. Like what? Let me think. Oh, I just remembered that someone died here recently. Here in your apartment? No, not here, silly. It was close, though. Barely a block from here. She says she wants to talk about stuff less depressing, so she talks about murder? What? Okay. Right, the murder of the maintenance guy, I remember that. Wait, it was murder? I didn't know that. I thought it was an accident or something. That's terrible. Sorry for mentioning it. Finding the first victim was already bad enough for me, and now I have to hear there was another murder in town? I wish I could get some good news for once. We need to say, don't just focus on the bad things. Don't just focus on the bad things. It's no use laminating something you can't change. Sorry, Prince. I guess I should be more positive. It's just not always easy, you know? Maybe you'll get some good news soon. I hope so. That reminds me, I've got something I wanted to try on you. Try on me? It's nothing too dramatic. I read this magazine the other day and found a few interesting articles. Using her partial hand, she held up a magazine to show me its cover. A rather bold-looking female was presented on the front, adorned with trinkets like rings and jewels. Various headlines gave me an idea of the content within. It reminded me a lot of the typical gossip magazines back home. Lifestyle, the magazine for modern people. This issue even came with a set of fortune cards. Okay, so I'm not sure what to expect is what we need to say. Not sure what to expect. Isn't that the whole fun of it? What should we look at first? Alright, we need to say, you decide. Alright, let's see. Here, this article talks about dreams and what they mean. Have you had any strange or reoccurring dreams lately? Alright, we need to say, I've been dreaming of fire. Fire? That's interesting. Apparently it's a rather common symbol that can mean a variety of things. Another thing to consider is the significance of the symbol to the dreamer. So, what does fire mean to you? Fire can be destructive, but also wild and passionate. It can represent an issue or problem you can no longer ignore, similar to an actual fire breaking out. It also mentions prophetic dreams, but let's hope that yours don't fall into that category. I doubt they do. Phew. What about your dreams? Kind of feels like they're different every night. Most of them are nonsense, but sometimes I dream of people I used to know. What do you make of all this? So I don't think this actually matters. Yeah, this doesn't matter. We'll just say, I don't know. Even the article concludes that scientists haven't figured out exactly why we dream. It's a big mystery. Okay, so I've got my own theory on dreams, right? So I know this is totally off topic from the game, but I think why we dream is like, okay, you know how hard drives get fragmented data over time, and you need to occasionally defragment the hard drive to keep it running well? I think our brains work in a similar way. When we dream, it's our brain trying to take bits and pieces of memories that we have, and it's trying to defragment. Basically, the brain's trying to defragment itself, and it's getting rid of junk data, and then we see that through dreams. That's my theory. I could be totally wrong, but that's the only thing I can think of. Anyway, she says, alright, let's move on. Because there is actually research that has shown that dreaming is actually good for your long-term memory. So that does kind of support that theory. So anyway, say, oh, I thought you meant moving on from the magazine. Don't be such a sourpuss. There's some interesting stuff in here. So once again, I can just kind of choose whatever here. Oh my god. I definitely don't want to say that. Because it says, whatever you do, don't make fun of her stupid magazine. That's what it says in the guide. So, I'll just say that dream stuff wasn't so bad. See, I told you this is going to be fun. What's next? A personality test. Didn't you always want to know what kind of relationship would suit you? Oh my god. We could shit on her. The game is giving us every opportunity to shit on her magazine. Good god. Alright, so once again, though, this does not matter, it looks like. Alright, we'll just say, sure, why not? Let's find out. Okay, first question. In a relationship, what role do you take? So I need to take the reins. Take the reins. Is that so? Moving on to the next question. Wait, aren't you going to answer the questions too? I'll take the test after you. I don't want to keep track of both our scores at once. Alright. Question number 2. What is your favorite dessert? Alright, so we need to choose... She actually judges us on this. Wow. Alright, yeah, we need to choose lemon ice cream. Lemon ice cream with sprinkles, yes. That's unusual, but sounds really interesting. I'd love to try some. Here's the next question. What is your dream job? Alright. This one should be obvious, but she likes to hear that you want to be a stay-at-home parent. I'm with you on that one, but does that really qualify as a job? Are you questioning the almighty magazine? Forget I said anything. How many more questions are there? That's all of them. Now to look up the results. Oh, it says here that the results are outlined in the weight loss booklet that came with the magazine, but I already threw that away. Oh my god, you can be a dick. I can say, why'd you do that? You clearly needed it. Oh my god, dude. Why the fuck would you say something like that? Okay. So obviously don't choose that one. Good god. So we need to say, what a shame. What a shame. Yeah, I really wanted to know. But now we get to the best part. The fortune cards. Now we need to say, looking forward to it. That's what I was looking forward to. Me too. How's that supposed to work anyway? I mean, they're just cards. How can they predict the future? Well, apparently there are different schools of thought regarding the use of fortune-telling cards. The cards themselves don't know anything. They're just a tool. So the information actually comes from somewhere else. But where, though? Well, one interpretation is that it's our subconscious who gives us the answers that we seek. Similar to how dreams can be interpreted, the interpretation of the cards is very dependent on the person itself and the symbols they recognize in the card's images. We recognize images that are relevant to our lives, and that gives us an idea about ourselves and our current problems. However, that is just the most grounded interpretation out there. People usually associate something more paranormal with fortune cards. One of those explanations is that the cards are our way to communicate with a higher being, a paranormal entity that knows more than we do and can give us subtle nudges using the cards. And who would that be? The explanations range from ghosts to angelic beings. One even involved humans. Really? Yeah, people would say you could communicate with humans this way. And then there was also something they called higher self. Higher self? How come you know so much about this? Because I read the article about it. Oh. Okay, what should I draw for you? Why don't I get to be the one who's reading the fortune? Because I paid for this magazine, so the cards are mine. Okay. So, what are my options? I could read your past, present, or future. What is it going to be? Well, I mean, obviously I would want to know the future, right? But let's see what the guide says here. I guess you can ask any of them. Alright. Well, I'm going to go with future. Prediction of the future is what most people associate with these readings. However, their purpose is to prepare the person in question for a possible future, rather than just predicting it. Oh my, what is it? The card we've drawn is associated with drastic measures, particularly those with a final conclusion. This can be interpreted in many ways, but it can refer to death, the ultimate conclusion. It can also mean many other things, like a violent outcome of a brewing conflict, or a positive resolution of a long-running conflict. Well, this has definitely been a long-running conflict of a playthrough, I can tell you that much. What do you think? I think I know what this refers to. It refers to my playthrough of this game. Really? How can you already know about the future? Let's just say I have a hunch. It mentioned resolutions to conflicts that have been brewing, and there's definitely stuff brewing. I guess that's everything the magazine has to offer. Oh my god. So, I can't believe it, but it actually says finally put it in the trash. Now you can finally put it in the trash where it belongs. Actually, yeah, it's not like I'm gonna read the articles again. But I'll keep the cards, because it'd be a shame to just throw them away. The pictures are so artistic and pretty. I agree with you there. It's gotta be so much work to create a magazine like this, from selecting the topics, writing the articles, doing all the photos and the layouts, and then to get it to the shops and into the hands of customers. All that work just for it to end up in the trash. How often they come out, it's like they're designed to be disposable. At least you can recycle the materials. That's true, I suppose. So, do you have anything interesting going on at the moment? I can't imagine what ambassador life is like. It's been busy. I thought this whole thing would go by quickly and without any mishaps, but now it seems like there's always something happening. Oh, really? Yeah, I figured I'd come here, do the exchange and leave again, but apparently it's not that easy. It never is. You speak like you've had experience as an ambassador. Well, no, but doing deliveries is similar. People order something, I fly to them, we exchange the product for payment, and then I go back. It's basically the same thing. Yeah, sure. But things always go wrong. For example, imagine you have 2 deliveries to make and the first one goes smoothly, okay? I'm imagining it very hard right now. Alright, so you get to the destination of the second delivery, and they actually check what you're handing them. It turns out that you mixed up the orders, but you already delivered the first one. That's certainly not a pleasant situation to be in. Now you have to go back to the first family you delivered to, who by now have probably noticed that they got the wrong delivery, and exchange what you gave them for what they actually ordered. Right. But it turns out that they didn't mind the mix-up. As a matter of fact, they have already started eating what they got instead. It's not so bad that they aren't angry, but now you can't exchange the orders anymore, so you have to fly back to the restaurant to get the second order remade. Happens all the time. As a result, the people waiting for the second order do get angry because their order has to be remade and delivered all over again, and the plot thickens. They complain and, of course, get their meal comped. The The restaurant can no longer sell that first order you still have, so the orders for both families are deducted from your paycheck, and you end up eating nothing but ramen all week again, just so you can make rent this month. That is unfortunate. And that's why you always double check your orders, because even a small mistake can have consequences reaching further than you'd think. Sometimes we just have to learn the hard way. I guess so. Anyway, what else have you been up to recently? Do you remember the stunt flying competition I told you about? Of course, I assume your participation is a given by now. Actually, I'm not so sure about that. I mailed the application earlier today, so hopefully it will arrive before the deadline. Or maybe I should just fly it over myself, while showing off a few moves, that is. You should fly over anyway to make sure you get in. It would be a shame if you couldn't enter because of a technicality. Yeah, I really should drop by. By the way, could you do me a favor? It depends on the favor, I suppose. It's kind of a long story, but there's something I need. You know some people at the police station, right? Yes. I think they're in possession of a map related to an underground building we found. I've heard about that. Oh, that's great. Maybe you can get them to hand it over. It doesn't even have to be the real thing. A copy would be just fine. What do you even need it for? Let's just say I'm interested in doing a little investigation of the place myself. What's so special about it? It's supposed to be the remnant of an earlier civilization, or maybe even something created by humans. Who wouldn't be interested in that? It's supposed to say an actual human. Wait, an actual human in front of you is not enough? If I had you all to myself, it might be enough. But since your stay is only temporary, I'll need some other human-related things to keep me busy. How do I even ask for something like that? You could always say that humanity is interested in it. Honestly, they probably would be. Could you ask them for me, please? I can try. I won't promise anything, but I can certainly try. Thank you, that means a lot to me. I didn't know you were into archaeology. I wouldn't care as much if it turned out to be just some old building. The whole thing about it being made by humans is what's really interesting. Why is that? Well, the myths wouldn't be very mythical anymore if that was the case. We'd have proof. And that's so shortly after finding out that humans are, in fact, real. Yes, what a time to be alive. So you believe in all of that stuff? Belief isn't the right word when you're standing right in front of me, you know. That alone is a miracle. I get excited all over again just thinking about it. Speaking of which, all this excitement made me lose track of the time. Is it that late already? Oh, actually I have places to be, especially if I want to make sure my contest application arrives on time. Guess I should be going then, huh? Unless you want to sit in my empty apartment. You could always pay me a visit during practice sometime if you like. You mean your stunt flying practice? Yeah. Anyway, I really have to go, so I'll call you later, okay? Sure. Alright. Chapter 3, Superstition. Okay, so let me... So there are a couple things that I need to do this time around. I need to follow Vera from the store during Chapter 3. Okay. So let me go ahead and save this in a new slot. Okay. So we can just go ahead and skip this. Yeah. Yes. Okay, so we need to visit the store. So let's go ahead and do that. That went slightly different, I think. Vera, what are you still doing here? I already told you. You have to come back tomorrow. Here, have a lolly on the house. I guess she doesn't want it. What's the deal with her? She comes here occasionally to pick up her mother's prescription. I'm not sure what's up with her lately. This isn't the first time this has happened. One time the doctor forgets to issue a new prescription, another time she brings me an expired one instead of the new one. She isn't exactly the brightest, but this is unusual even for her. So what did you want to know? As I said, this is about an ongoing police investigation. You reported seeing something yesterday evening, and any information you have could help. Can you tell me exactly what happened? Of course, this was after I came back after my second job, so around 2 or 3 in the morning. It was dark, and I couldn't make out much, but the police requested that anything unusual be reported. And what did you see? Well, there was a human-like figure walking away from the production facility. It seemed to be in a hurry, too. And you were sure this was a human? Unmistakably so. I couldn't make out any details, though. Honestly, if you were the figure, I wouldn't have been able to tell the difference. What did you do when you saw it? Nothing. I was on my way home. And it was a little unusual, but I wouldn't have bothered to mention it under normal circumstances. I only did because of the police's request for witnesses. You know what direction the person went? 1 second, it'll be easy to draw a sketch for you. That'd be great, thanks. He grabbed a piece of paper and drew it with a thick felt-tip pen. Here, this is the east entry of the facility, and this is where they went. So away from the main district? I guess so. Okay, that'll be all. Thanks for your help. You're welcome. Well, how do we need to follow her? How do I manage to follow Vera? It says follow Vera from the store during chapter 3. We already know about this. Stay inside and call the police. Fuck. Did I screw up? Am I supposed to wait until after this portal incident? Maybe that's the case. Maybe I need to wait. Because it clearly says I need to follow Vera from the store during chapter 3. I might have screwed up. I might have did something wrong. Maybe now I can't get this. Okay. Guess I want to skip ahead. So... Okay, so let's just... Okay, so here's what I'm gonna do then. Here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna visit the police archives. Because there's still more to do here anyway, right? So long as I don't help Kasaru. Sorry, Kasaru. I helped you on the first playthrough. Okay. So there's still definitely some more stuff that I want to do with the police archives anyway. So all is not lost. I'll at least be able to do some stuff, you know. Okay. So she wanted me to get a blueprint of the underground building, right? So let's go ahead and get that. The blueprint of the building caught my attention. Apparently it had been found during their accuracy investigation within the building itself. At first glance, nothing about it stood out to me, but the more I studied it, the more the facts revealed themselves. Both of its entrances were freed and accessible by the people in charge. One was through a tunnel in the vicinity of the portal, and the other through a dig that cut through this town's sewer system. Bryce had scrolled a note near the second entry. It simply said, "Access the hatch. Button counterclockwise." Ah, so there's the key to the what you're supposed to do to open up that hatch into Sioux Park. But I actually correctly guessed that that's how you open it. I swear to God, I had no idea that's what I needed to do. I just took a gamble, just kind of took a guess on it, and so I already went in through there, and I did find something too. So, but not sure how much use that was, but it was something. Anyway, furthermore, the data in the corner of the blueprint listed the structure as an independent living and research unit, dated to the year 2047. Most interestingly, I recognized the name of the company that was listed. They were a well-established super company before our world's collapse, known for their advances in scientific fields and otherwise for the use of legal loopholes and gray markets. They were very successful at what they did. Their facilities... I already know what they're talking about. They're talking about Google. Yes. They were very successful at what they did. Their facilities subverted laws and ethical issues by being in areas where such concerns were non-existent or could be made non-existent by paying off the right individuals. Definitely Google. Naturally, the products and applications of the research was usually fair game to be used and sold worldwide. They were only one of the companies involved in campaigning in the teleportation technology that was about to take off on a grand scale before the solar flare changed everything. Championing the teleportation. Damn, I've been going for a long time, haven't I? Of course, there were public worries regarding the untested long-term consequences of utilizing black holes and such technology. It was outlawed in certain countries due to these concerns, but lobbies in the private sector drove many of them to accept the tech, in light of the boundless advantages offered. They were also big in medical, security, and weaponry fields. Their vast knowledge and close cooperation of their individual departments enabled them to make many breakthroughs. It seemed like they could do anything they set out to do. The nanomachines that became commonplace before the fall were, of course, also their product. No one was surprised that the tech failed under the radiation of the ion storm. Had the company behind it been more concerned about safety rather than profits, perhaps fewer lives would have been lost. Even though they weren't perfect, nanomachines had still increased the quality of life for many people. It was a new way of treating medical conditions, some of which had been previously untreatable. They were also widely used for their performance-enhancing properties, for both day-to-day activities and to assist with dangerous jobs. Beyond that, the company had even branched into genetic engineering. Human hereditary diseases were becoming a thing of the past, as they developed techniques to alter human life to its core. Ultimately, they had a hand in influencing every area of life on a global scale. It was unknown who was truly calling the shots. Actually, now that I'm thinking about it, this sounds more like Microsoft. Anyway, it says, as their network of companies and names was vast, it was only one of their many ways to ensure their continued existence and avoid liability. Where they had been outlawed or their operations shut down, new companies with suspiciously similar products appeared practically overnight. However, no matter how big their empire was and how well they skirted the lines, they ultimately collapsed just like the rest of the world. That being said, how did this building make its way into the dragon's world? As I pondered this, Adine's request came to mind. I used Bryce's machine to make a copy of the map for her. Bryce probably wouldn't approve of me giving evidence to civilians, but I was sure he would never even realize it. You acquired a map. For now. Photographer. Got an achievement for that. Acquire a map. Let's play a prank. Because I already did these two things. So the only thing left that I have not done yet is play a prank. Okay, here we go. That should do it. I wasn't sure when Bryce was going to be in his office again, but when he returned, he would definitely notice this. You pranked Bryce. My condolences to him. What did he do? Did he take a shit on his desk? Play a prank on Bryce. Got an achievement for that, too. Oh, look at the time. I better wrap it up here. Alright, so we've done everything in the police archives now. Before deciding my next move, I returned to my apartment for a moment of rest. A small piece of paper had been slipped under my door while I was gone. Yep, so that's the portal situation. Let's go ahead and fast forward. Stay inside, call the police. So, I guess we'll visit the store and see if anything's different this time. I don't think it will be. Maybe I need to go to the store in the first time around. Yeah, I get no option to follow her. Damn it. Well, maybe I'll end up having to I'll probably end up having to go with Adine's ending then, right? Maybe I can salvage this ending. That seems to be kind of an ongoing trend so far, isn't it? I end up trying to go with one person's ending, and then I end up with another one. And it's always with Remy so far. Remy might be a bit of a pain in the ass to get his ending. I didn't really expect that it would be, but I thought Anna's would be the hardest to get, actually. So... Alright, well, I guess, anyway, I will be right back. I gotta use the restroom, so I will be back in a second, guys. Alright, I am back. So, yeah, so it looks like the ending with Remy is not gonna go as planned again. But again, not all hope is lost. Okay, so yes, I can confirm it looks like that we can definitely salvage Adine's ending. So that's good. I'm happy to hear that. Oh, I did well on the third investigation. Investigate awesome. So that's what I need to do in order to get well on that investigation as well. Interesting. That's good to know for the future. So now I know how to get all 3 good investigations. I wonder if that's going to possibly lead to everything. What if in one playthrough you do well on all of the investigations? You know what? That's probably a good thing to do when I go for the when I go for Bryce's ending, maybe, right? Because that'll definitely help the police. Your help is greatly appreciated, believe me, especially since we're so short on staff right now. That'll be all for today. I'll contact you if you need anything. Yeah, I noticed, like, I thought it was just going to be the same thing again, but then I noticed it was different. He said, you did great. Normally he just says, oh, you did well. You know, he says something a little different. He's like, well, thanks for trying, basically, is what he essentially tells you. But this time when he said, oh, you did really well, like, you did great, I was like, wait a minute, that's different. All right. Looks like there are some messages on the answering machine. Let's see. Hello, this is Remy. I know you're very busy and probably have more important things to do, but I was wondering if you'd like to visit the Sioux Park sometime. There's something I'd like to talk with you about. Please, let me know if you can find the time. Have a good day. He wants to talk to me about something? I wonder what that's about. Congratulations! You, Prince, have been invited to an exclusive event featuring the world-famous stunt pilot Adine. Watch her perform behind closed doors and be one of the first to see her newest routine, sure to win at this year's stunt flying competition. Afterwards, you will be allowed backstage for a short meet and greet with the talent herself. Don't expect any autographs, though. What an opportunity. Alright, so... I don't think this is going to go any differently, but one more time, let's just save. It's going to be on the same save slot as well. Okay. Can we check the stats? What does the stats have to say? Okay, so we're at impressed stats. Yeah, so this is how you can know if they're on good terms, like who you're on good terms with. Okay, so Adine is impressed. Remy is impressed. But, like I said, I don't think I've met the requirements to get Remy's good ending. There's 5 characters in total. Okay. All right. So let me look something up real quick. Just want to see something here. So, I think we need to possibly, yeah, I think we're definitely going to need to hold off with Remy. Let's see what happens with that. Let's meet up with Adine. That one can absolutely be salvaged. Here we are again. It's funny, my plan going into this one was to get on good terms and get the Remy's ending. Both times, that was my plan, and both times it ended up getting Anna's ending the first time, and now probably going to get Adine's good ending. Which is fine. Yeah, I'm fine with that, you know, like I said, but it's just kind of funny how that ended up working out. Just a minute. I hope I didn't forget anything. He said something about going to the beach. Yup. You know, I'm glad they decided not to send you away after all. Me too. Oh, guess who got her entry confirmation for the stunt flying competition. So let's, hang on. Don't screw anything up here. Is it me? We need to say, is it me? Don't be silly, Prince. I've got it right here in black and white. We are happy to confirm your entry into the annual stunt flying competition. Please have your competitor number ready and show up at the organizer's booth at the summer festival by... Well, who cares about the rest? I'm in. That's great. Yeah, but the festival's pretty soon. I have to make the most of the time until then to get my skills up to par. I thought you already had years of experience. Yeah, but now I have to practice the best routine I can possibly come up with. Not to mention making sure I can execute it flawlessly when the time comes. Practicing in general is very different than practicing for an event like this one. I see. Are you ready to see some stunt flying? Sure. Let's go then. Wow, pretty. So this is where you usually practice? I practice just about anywhere, but today's a nice day for a beach visit. Water and sand are also good surfaces to practice complicated maneuvers on, in case you can't make the landing. Makes sense. Well, don't let me hold you up. Oh, I can't just start practicing right now. I'm still giddy with excitement from getting that letter earlier. Besides, I wanted to hang out with you while you're here as well. Sounds good to me. Do you visit the beach often? Not really, except for practice, that is. It does make for a nice backdrop while I fly, though. I see. Do you ever go to the beach? No, it's not something that was possible for me the last couple of years, but it certainly used to be something other people would do. I see. Sunning yourself can be nice sometimes, but I'm not really a fan of going swimming. There is so much more you can do at the beach, though. Like what? You already mentioned sunning. Do you ever get a tan? What's that? I guess that's a no, then. To be fair, you are completely covered in scales, so I imagine you wouldn't be affected. Tanning is a reaction of the skin when it's exposed to sunlight. If humans stay in the sun for a while, our skin can get darker. How strange. And if we are exposed for too long, we can even get what is called a sunburn. And what's that? Well, the skin can take on a reddish tint, and it can also be painful and cause dizziness. So you have to be careful not to stay in the sun for too long? Pretty much. Though that isn't necessarily true for all of us. Depending on the skin tone, people can be more or less affected by the radiation. I see, that sounds kind of complicated. Does that mean we shouldn't stay here for too long? So we gotta say... Actually, I think I can say anything here. Let's say I'll just have to be careful. I see. Just let me know if I need to do anything. Sure, will do. You said you don't like swimming all that much. Why is that? Well, as you can imagine, I prefer the air to the sea, even though we flyers have quite a relationship with the water. What kind of relationship are we talking about? We use it to hunt. I see, so you go fishing but can't swim all that well. Pretty much. We can do enough to safely hunt and paddle on the surface, but that's about it. If we actually want to go swimming, it's recommended we wear a life vest. Is it that bad? Our wings are made for flying, not for swimming. The movements and musculature are rather different, With some training, we can learn to swim better, but it still wouldn't really be effective. I see. And besides, who would choose to learn to swim if we already have the air to ourselves? Flying is just your thing, I guess. Pretty much. It made it sound as if beaches are a pretty important thing for humans. I wouldn't say important, rather it's a unique way for people to spend time. It was often done as a leisure activity or a way to spend holiday vacations. That sounds pretty important to me. What else did you do at the beach? Well, let me think. I got an idea and started looking for something in the sand on the ground. With a bit of digging, I found a flat, smooth stone and showed it to her. Do you have any idea what I'm going to do with this? Not really. Let me show you something. I went to the edge of the water, followed closely by Adine. Now, watch this. I extended my arm with the best technique I could muster before I threw the stone towards the water. Spinning in the air, the stone bounced on the water's surface a few times before it sunk into the sea. What was that? Stone skipping. Never heard of it? No, how'd you do that? I can show you. I looked around for another suitable stone and soon found one near the edge of the water. Let's start with the stone. Ideally, we want one that has a big surface area, but is as flat as possible. Got it. This one is also really smooth, which helps too. Okay, so we need smooth, flat stones. Now the technique is also pretty important. I'm not sure how well this would translate to your autonomy, but I'll just show you how I do it, and then we can figure out what you can do. Okay. Hold the stone like this, extend your arm and curl it like this. Then you have to throw it in such a way that it stays relatively stable in the air but spins as fast as you can make it. I do it like this. I threw the stone once again, showing her how it's subsequently bounced a few times over the water surface before it sunk into the sea. I'm not sure if I can do that. We'll see. Maybe we can figure something out. Let's look for a stone first. Okay. We both started looking for another appropriate stone. I saw Adine scratching around the sand with one of her feet. She crouched down to pick something up before she returned to me. Here, what about this one? That should work. See, you've already got that part down. I guess so. Okay, now for the technique. She was holding the stone in the claws at the edge of her wing. I tried to guide her by pulling her wing back like I would an arm, but it became clear to me that it lacked a lot of maneuverability an arm would have. For the throw, you'll want to move your wing forward as fast as you can, and at the very end of the extension, let go of the stone. I'll try. I could see her moving her wing awkwardly. She pushed it forward before releasing the stone, which sunk without bouncing a single time. That didn't work. Yeah, there wasn't really enough spin on it. Well, let me try again. Alright. I wadded a few steps into the water to retrieve the stone she'd thrown only moments ago. Here you go. I'll try something different this time. Feel free. Instead of using her wings, she took the stone into the dexterous claws on one of her feet as she continued to stand on the other leg. Effortlessly, she pulled her leg back before rapidly moving it forward and releasing the stone. It flew in a bit of an upward arc as before it bounced off the water's surface once and subsequently sunk into the ocean's waters. Nice! Not bad, huh? I had no idea you could do that with your leg. Actually, our legs are what we mainly use to grab things. It only gets complicated if I'm supposed to be moving at the same time, like when I'm waiting in the cafe. Interesting. I suppose for someone who's hunting while flying, that's pretty much a requirement. It is. Actually, if I'm at home and eating chips or something, I usually use my feet as well. Alright, so we're supposed to say, I wish I could do that with my feet. Oh, really? Yeah, some monkeys actually can. They basically have hands instead of feet. So they have 4 hands? Yup. That seems like it'd be handy, but I think I like my wings better. That was a neat trick, though. So, what else can you do at the beach? I don't know, build sandcastles? I haven't done that in like 2 decades. I try to imagine what Adine building a sandcastle would look like. Based on what I knew now, she probably wouldn't be using her wings. Would you believe me if I told you we used to have contests for building sandcastles back home? Really? Yeah, people would build huge detailed sculptures that would be taller than both of us, just with sand. Oh wow, that sounds hard though. Doesn't matter what we choose here. I'm gonna say you could try it if you like. Ha, I'm not sure I would have the patience for that. To me, it seems a bit of a shame to build big, elaborate sculptures out of something like sand that clearly won't last. I mean, if you're gonna spend so much time on it, why not create something that will stay? Say I agree, or that's actually the point of those contests. I'm gonna say that's actually the point of those contests. Oh, really? Yes, people demonstrate their skill in creating these sculptures, and by using something like sand, they prove that it doesn't matter if the sculpture gets destroyed in the end because they can just do it again if they like. I see, that's pretty interesting. Actually, it's not unlike your stunt flying competition. How so? Well, during your competition, nothing lasting is created from the performance itself. It's all about the experience and memories. You have to prove that you are skilled enough to do those stunts right at that very moment, just for the competition. That's a good point. I'm in the mood for a snack. Should I get something for you as well? We're gonna say yes, please. Alright. You can watch me if you like. Maybe you can learn a thing or two from it. You want to teach me how to fish? Sure, since you taught me what was it called again? Stone skipping. Right, since you taught me the stone skipping, I can show you how to fish. Okay. We actually have two very different ways of doing it. There is hunting and angling. Personally, I prefer hunting, though. I can see why. Let me demonstrate. She took a few steps back, then started running towards the edge of the sea, rapidly flapping her wings. She jumped into the air at the last second, taking off and flying around the area. I could see her staring at the sea insolently. Staring at the sea intently, circling a few times before descending towards the water's surface, claws extended. When she got close enough, her claws suddenly sunk into the water, only to reappear with a fish in their grasp. Afterwards, she returned and landed near me. Did you see that? Yeah, but I think my distinct lack of wings would probably prevent me from doing the same thing. You don't have to do exactly the same thing. In the end, I'm just grabbing them right out of the sea. You can do that. I'm not so sure about that. I bet it's a lot easier with your claws. Fish can be pretty slippery. I guess you have a point. Well, there's still the other method. Angling. Yup, angling. See my tail? She showed me her tail. At its end, there was a fork in it, with its distinct shape, size, and color. It reminded me a lot of a banana. What about it? This is the bait. She sat down near the edge of the water, letting her tail hang down into it. This can take a while sometimes, but there are techniques which can speed up the process. The right amount of movement attracts different kinds of fish. That way, we can even choose what we're gonna get. And that works? Yeah, not all the time, but often enough. Interesting. There are even groups that exchange tips and such for angling this way. Suddenly, I saw her whip her tail upwards, which caused the fish to be launched towards the beach, where it landed on the ground with an audible thud. Here you go. That didn't take too long. It can be very hit and miss. I just got lucky this time, and it's not even the kind of fish I really wanted. I guess that's why you prefer hunting. Yup, and you also don't get the nibble scars on your tail where the fish bite you. I see. Though, I suppose angling is also going to be hard for you without a forked tail like we have. Actually, we have fishing rods for that where I come from. What's that? The principle is very similar. Basically, it's a long stick that we hold over the water. A line connected to it has bait and a hook at the end to catch the fish. When the fish bites the hook, we can reel it in the line to get the fish to us. So you're using a tool to do a very similar thing? Basically, yes. Sometimes we also fish using nets. Oh, some of us do that as well. Not my kind, but usually it's those who either work for a fishing company or sell seafood on the market. I imagine someone like you doesn't have to buy their fish on the market, though. True, but sometimes it's easier to just get them there to get what I want to, instead of coming all the way here. I see. Speaking of which, let me get a few more for later. Feel free. Once more, Adine took to the sky to hunt for fish. While it was interesting to watch her for a bit, she kept hunting for a while, and I started passing the time by collecting some seashells. Phew, that should last me for a while. Oh, what are those? Seashells? They're for you. For me? What for? Well, you could decorate your apartment with them or something. I see. Maybe I should ask you to clarify this, but does this have any particular significance for humans? Not really, it's just a gift. Oh, okay. Well, thank you, Prince. All that hunting was a good warm-up. I feel about ready to start with the practice now. Go ahead, I'll watch from here. Actually, now that I'll be part of an official competition, I need a fancy stage name. Do you have something in mind? Not really. Have you got any ideas? How about... Okay, we actually do need... This actually matters. We need to choose Angel. Oh, why didn't I think of that? Ever since I knew about the contest, I've been thinking of this name. What a crazy coincidence. Do you mind if I go with that? Not at all. Angel it is, then. Alright, are you ready to see some acrobatics? I certainly hope so. I'll start off with a few easy moves. The stage is yours, Angel. Thanks! Effortlessly, she took to the sky, circling around the area a few times before she started to do a few maneuvers. A roll followed by a loop, after which she did another roll. It seemed to be less of a practice routine and more of a warm-up to me. Gradually, her maneuvers got more complicated. I saw circles that got smaller and smaller, a brief nosedive, and multiple loops and rolls, one after another. Then she landed and returned to me. What do you think? That was great. You haven't even seen the best part yet. What would that be? My very own Adine special, or rather, Angel special. It's a routine I came up with, and I've been practicing for a while. It's pretty difficult, so I'll probably spend the rest of my time until the competition perfecting it as much as possible. What does it look like? It starts off with circles near the ground. Then as I ascend, the circles get smaller and smaller. Once I reach the highest point, I go into a nosedive through the middle of the circles. At the show, I'll use a smoke trail when doing the circles, so everyone can actually see me going through the circles I made. That sounds pretty cool. That's not all of it. While nosediving, I'll do a few rolls, and just before I hit the ground, I'll pull up again. Lastly, I'll end up with a few loops and go to the next maneuver. It all ends up making a neat shape in the sky with the smoke trails. That almost sounds it reminded me a little bit when Final Fantasy X, the Jecht shot. That's what that reminded me of. Titus's special Blitzball move. Kinda sounds similar to that. Anyway, so, sounds like you've got it all figured out already. Yeah, now I only have to perfect my execution of it. Don't let me hold you up. Alright, here we go. With determination in her eyes, she took to the skies once more. When she reached a certain height, she slowly descended again until she was close to the water's surface. Then she started making her circles, slowly ascending as the circles gradually got smaller and smaller. Once her circles became as small as possible, she suddenly turned herself around and went into a nosedive. Her speed quickly increased while she moved towards the water. Then, she did a roll, and another, followed by the third, dangerously close to the water's surface. She suddenly pulled up, but as she did so, one of her feet went below the surface, where it apparently caught onto something, causing her to spin out of control. I saw her feeble attempt to regain control as she barely managed to steady herself enough to get back to the beach. She made a rough landing, rolling on the ground a few times after colliding with the sand. Adine, oh, you're alright? Well, that wasn't supposed to happen. It looked pretty impressive until the landing. Ouch, my wing hurts. Let me take a look. Can you move it? A bit, but it really starts to hurt if I go further than this. At least just doesn't seem to be broken. Yeah, I guess it's a sprain. Happens all the time. Really? Well, not all the time, but it happens. What about the competition? The injury is going to put a serious damper on my practice schedule, but I'm not giving up anytime soon. I guess practice is over for today at the very least. Yeah, let's head back. I should have some bandages in the cabinet over there. I'll get them for you. What now? Could you do me the honors? Of course, where should I start? I think it's this joint right here. Yup, definitely. Okay, let me try to get this right. Can I ask you something? Sure, go right ahead. You went to visit Remy in the library the other day, right? How do you know that? I was there, and Remy told me about everything. What do you mean, everything? Amelia. Oh. Why'd he tell you about all that? He's dealing with a lot of stuff, it seems. Well, he isn't the only one. I actually wanted to talk with him again, but if he doesn't respond, then I can't do anything either. I see. I guess I remind him too much of her. If he knew what I knew, I'm not sure what he would do. What's that? When she got sick, I often visited her. I just wanted to check up on her and take a little of the edge off, considering what she was going through at work. The night she died, I was actually with her. I stayed with her until pretty late, but as I had to work the next day, I eventually left. It was late enough, and I told her to take it easy. She told me that she was just going to finish up one little thing before she got some much-needed sleep. But only after I left did she realize that she had run out of her medication and went out alone to get a refill. If she just told me, or if I had paid more attention and noticed, I could have gotten it for her, and then none of this would have happened. And that's not even the worst of it. When she died, she was pregnant. He had already made so many plans, and I expected them to announce their engagement any day. Remy doesn't know she was pregnant? He doesn't, or at least I think he doesn't. They couldn't talk to each other much, as they had to keep their relationship secret. It's not exactly something she'd want to mention in just a few sentences. If he knows, then it certainly wasn't from her telling him about it. I see. If he doesn't know, please don't tell him. Alright. I know it must have been much harder for him than it was for me, but that doesn't mean I get out of it unscathed. I lost my best friend. I blamed myself for a long time, too. I guess I still do. How could I face him, knowing that I could have averted this tragedy so easily? I think his own feelings aren't that different. How so? He also blames himself for not being with her when it happened. Because they had to keep their relationship secret. Yeah, I see. It must be horrible for him. I think he still hasn't gotten over it. I wish I could help him, I really do. What did you do after it all happened? For a while, I just felt guilty, but eventually I realized there are those who have it much worse than myself. I decided to take what I had experienced and turn it into something positive. That's when I started volunteering at the orphanage. Why just let tragedies be tragedies if I could do something to help? I share the same sentiment. How so? I came here hoping that I could help humanity. Maybe you're not just helping humanity. Here, that should do it. How does it feel? Much better. Maybe with this I can even start practicing again in a day or two. Just be safe. Of course. Oh, I totally forgot. I still have a copy of that map for her. Should I give her the map? Yes. Let's give her the map. By the way, I have something for you. Really? What would that be? Ta-da! Is that what I think it is? If you think it's a map of the underground building, then yes. Wow, I really didn't expect that. How'd you get it? Let's just say I had a chance to inspect it alone, and there was no one between me and the copier to stop me. That's amazing! You know, people could get into big trouble for this, right? Well, it's yours now. Do with it whatever you want. I guess I will. I have to warn you, though. About what? You might have heard about the water pocket surrounding the building. Any kind of disturbance could be fatal for any prospective explorers. I heard about that. Is it really as bad as they say? Yes, it is. I'd be careful if I were you. Or at least wait until they have taken care of the water pocket so there's no danger if you decide to pay a visit. Alright, it'll be a while until I get a chance to visit anyway. All my free time right now will go towards practicing for the competition. I see. Well, thanks for the help with the bandage, and sorry about cutting practice short today. I guess you didn't get to see any proper aerobatics after all. It's no big deal, your health is more important. Are you going to come to the show? If I can, sure. Oh right, you must be busy. I'll have to see if I can make it. I'd love to be at the show though. I'll contact you later with all the details, and we can figure it out from there. Sounds good. I'll see you next time then. See ya. Looks like I have some free time today. Okay, so I guess I guess I'll just get some well-deserved rest. I don't think there's anything else I need to do for this playthrough. So we'll just go ahead and get some well-deserved rest. Loss, Intuition, Chapter 4. Looks like you've seen this before. Skip ahead a bit? Yes. Just gonna skip ahead. Let me go in first. I don't want you to die. Because I don't want you to die. Let's go. Okay. Alright. Wow. Okay. There's a lot of dialogue. I'm glad I can just skip that. I gotta remember that skip button, man. I gotta remember that. Just skip all the dialogue that I've already seen. Let's take the eggs to the hatchery. There's Kevin. Does it matter which one we choose? I don't think so, right? Hey, Prince, what are you doing here? Just came by to drop these off. Drop what off? Stolen eggs. I figured the hatchery would want them back. Oh, I was actually going to get those from the police department later. I'm so glad that they got back safely. Yeah, we already seen this. God. Yeah, so I remember we did do this. I think that's I did this on my first playthrough, actually. At this point, it doesn't really matter, does it? Let me see something here. Apparently with Remy's ending, that scene will actually change a little bit. The scene with the hatchery. If we drop the eggs off. So that's something we're going to need to keep in mind later on. Let's just rest in my apartment. I don't think there's really anything else I can do at the moment that really actually matters. Okay. Alright, and we're going to be at the scene once again. Just going to skip this. Yes. Seems there's nothing for me to do this morning. Alright, seems I've got some messages. Let's see. Hey, are you coming to see the show? It's going to happen pretty soon, you know. I trained so much for this, you wouldn't believe. Probably harder than I ever trained in my entire life. I really hope you can make it, because I want to show you all I've got. Alright, yes. I want to meet with her. Meet with Adine. It must be her. Hey, Prince. Hey, Adine. Are you ready to go? Sure am. I can't wait to see everything this festival has to offer. Oh, I'm sorry if it came across that way, but I don't think we'll actually have much time to take part in the festivities. Oh, really? Yeah, I'll have to spend most of my time at the competition grounds. We'll arrive there early so I can check in and do my warm-up. And I'll have to stick around after my performance to wait for the award ceremony. Well, I guess you don't have to wait with me. You could see the rest of the festival if you wanted to. That's out of the question. I'm here to spend time with you. The festival is not that important. Besides, we can always see everything on one of the other festival days. True. We could even watch the big fireworks show at the end. Yeah, I've heard about that. Everyone keeps telling me how important it is for me to see. It's not that important, but if you have the opportunity, you should really go. I'm not sure if I'll be able to attend, but I'll gladly accompany you if I have the chance. Sure, so today's agenda is emotional support, and next time we can take in all aspects of the festival. Sound good? Perfect. Alright, let's go then. It took a while for us to arrive at the festival, which had already begun by this point. The last of the booths that lined the way were still being set up. The dragons of all shapes and sizes were already pouring in. Instead of walking directly through the festival, we stayed outside the established paths, heading towards the stage where the competition was going to be held. Eventually, we arrived at a rather large open area near the facility that had been roped off. At one corner of the building, a few flyers had already gathered. Maybe you should wait here while I get my number. Why? People might get the wrong idea if you show up in the registration line. Besides, they'd certainly stare and start asking all kinds of questions. Alright, I'll just stay here then. I'll be right back. After Adine had waddled off to the other flyers, I surveyed my surroundings idly. Beyond the big open area, seating had been provided, and I could already see a few people waiting for the competition to start. A few had even gathered on the roof of the building to watch from there. I'm back. Is that your number? It's number 69. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. She held up a piece of cloth with a large number printed on it. A few straps were hanging from it. What, this? No, of course not. This is Angel's number. Of course, sorry for the mistake. I'm one of the last to start, actually. Are we late? No, I guess the others just arrived earlier to have more time to get ready. What do you think about the other competitors? I've seen most of them fly before. Some are really, really good. It doesn't seem like there are many newcomers here, so right now I'm the odd one out. Maybe you could use that to your advantage. How so? Well, you know more about them than they do about you. Having a promising newcomer there might throw them off their game. I'm not so sure about that. After all, it's not as if any of our already choreographed performances would change based on what others do now. Each of us just tries to do their best. Most of them are seasoned flyers, so they already know how to deal with that kind of pressure. If anything, I'm the one who might get nervous and mess up. I do have one advantage though. I'm still pretty young, and this is a sport with a great amount of wear and tear. There comes a certain point in time when you just can't perform as well anymore as you used to. Many complicated maneuvers can only be performed by younger athletes. The older ones can make up for it using their experience and with better execution of easier moves. In the end, a daring newcomer like me could surprise the audience and the judges with something new and unexpected, which is exactly what I plan to do. How good do you think your chances are? With a bit of luck, I might even be able to win. This is just a local competition after all. But you know what? Just being here right now and performing in front of so many people is a win for me. People will know me, and I'll probably get a mention somewhere in a local paper. I've trained for years, and my application to compete finally got accepted. Now I just have to make the most of it, and I'll be happy. I still can hardly believe that I'm here. This is a moment I've worked so hard for. And I'll be watching you. Oh, stop it. You're making me nervous. Sorry. Can you help me with this? She spread out her wing, and only then did I notice that her shoulder joint was tightly bandaged. What's that for? It's just a training bandage to stabilize my shoulder after that little blunder you witnessed last time. We can't fly with these in the competition, though, so I'll have to take it off. Okay. I opened the bandage carefully, unwrapping her wing. There you go. Thanks. She spread both of her wings, beating them a few times. I couldn't help noticing that the previously bandaged wing was sagging noticeably compared to its counterpart, as if it were misaligned. She seemed to be examining her shoulder, somewhat lost in thought when I spoke up. Are you sure you want to do this? Yes, of course. Why wouldn't I? I can see you're straining without the bandage. I'm fine, really. Don't worry about it. If you're fine without the bandage, how come you were wearing it up to just now? Did you need it for practice too? If you couldn't practice without it, maybe you aren't ready to compete without it yet. Since when are you suddenly an expert on flying? I'm the one who has been doing this for years, not you. This is my dream we're talking about. You want them to see you in this condition and judge you based on that rather than when you're at your best? I just have to try, you know? What if something goes wrong, though? You don't want to be in that position. If I start making excuses now, maybe I'll never stop. I'll always be too nervous or too injured or didn't eat right the day before. I feel bad enough as it is. Right now, I have the chance to do this, and if I don't take it, maybe I never will. I'll always just be a server and delivery girl making minimum wage. Is this one chance really too much to ask for? No, but it doesn't have to be right now. There will always be another year. They've never seen you compete before. If you fly now, they'll judge you based on this performance. You only have one chance at making a first impression, and you know it won't be your best if you fly right now. If it's not good enough, maybe they won't invite you again next year. If you fly now, they won't accept any excuses. But if you tell them you're injured, they might let you fly another time. But I don't want to wait another year. I want to do it now. I trained so much, even with this injury. And you tell me I should just let it go? I just can't help thinking about last time. If you crash like that again, there's no sand here to cushion your fall. It would be much worse. You think I don't know that? That I'm not already worrying about this more than I ever have for anything else? I just don't want to make excuses anymore. I don't want to wonder if I'll ever amount to anything more than a waitress. I want to be able to follow my dream, and I don't want to wait another year to find out. What about Amelia? If something happened to you, how do you think they would explain to her that you just suddenly stopped showing up, huh? Don't you dare bring her into this. She has nothing to do with it. Like it or not, what you're doing could have consequences, and there are others besides you who will be affected if something goes wrong. You know what? I will fly and do the best damn job I've ever done, and there's nothing you can do to stop me. Before I could reply, she angrily stomped off towards the building, where by now a number of contestants had arrived. While I had failed to convince her, at least I could say that I had tried my hardest to stop her. I asked myself whether I even wanted to watch the competition at that point. It was possible that she'd do even better than expected, but if my experience was any indication, her performance would not turn out well. In the end, I decided to stay and watch from the sidelines. I didn't want to join the rest of the audience, as I was sure it would get me unwanted attention. After the competition started, I lost myself in thought, thinking over the conversation I had with Adine while watching the other contestants half-heartedly. Adine had been right. Some of them really were very good, but based on what I had seen at her practice session, she did have a chance at winning if everything went well for her. Even though my rational mind doubted that would happen, for her own sake I hoped it would. One by one, the contestants showed off their skills in a variety of moves, usually followed by the applause of the audience. Eventually, it was time for Adine's turn. Next on the stage is number 11, a promising newcomer who will show her skills to the public here for the very first time in her debut performance. Please welcome Angel! There was an excited bout of clapping. The audience was always curious to see a newcomer on the stage. However, after a few seconds passed, Adine still hadn't emerged. An awkward silence set in as the audience applause stopped and everyone sat anxiously waiting for her to show up. She never did. After half a minute or so had passed, the announcer's voice once more echoed across the area. My apologies, it looks like number 11 will not be flying today. Next up is number 12, a certain veteran you may know for his somewhat unusual technique. Before I could even ask myself what had happened, I saw Adine walking out of the building and coming towards me. Adine, what did you do? Let's just go somewhere else. Okay. We walked away from the festival and sat down under a tree in the outskirts of town. As the competition was already nearly over, the darkness had already set in. Here should be good. So, what made you reconsider? You were right with everything you said. When I was inside and had a bit of time to cool off, I realized I didn't want to do it like this, even if I'd have to wait another year. How do you feel now? I know it was the right thing to do, but I can't help thinking that I just came so close that I could have done it if it hadn't been for that stupid accident. You'll have another chance, I promise. Don't make promises you can't keep. That sounds like something Cortana from Halo would say. Don't make a girl a promise you can't keep. It's exactly what she would say. Hey, Prince, look at the sky. Can you see that light? The one that looks a bit brighter than all the others? I looked up and saw many celestial bodies lighting up the sky. One of them was noticeably brighter than all the other stars. Yeah? I usually practice in the evening and stay until it's dark, so I see the stars pretty often. I noticed something about that one. It moves. How does it move? It looks pretty stationary to me. You won't notice it just by looking at it, but over the last couple of weeks I've noticed that it has changed positions when comparing it to other stars. It can't be a star then. Stars don't move. They have an office in one of the cities that watches these kinds of things. I called them about it a while ago. What did they say? It's just an asteroid passing by. It's even been on the news a few times. That makes it sound pretty important. Yeah, it's a big one apparently. Otherwise we wouldn't even be able to see it without a telescope. Do they think it's dangerous? Why would it be? I don't know. It could hit the moon or something like that. They assured me that's not going to happen. They say calculating the paths of celestial bodies is a very complicated science, and not really an exact one. They know it's not going to hit the moon, but they're watching it to make sure it passes safely. Not that just watching it would make a difference. They don't really know anything more. Apparently, they're also really underfunded. The council doesn't see the need to waste people's time and money to look into the sky all day. That's strange, don't you think? It used to be a pretty important job, but over time the funding got less and less until only this token office in our biggest city was left. I see. It's such a shame since the whole institution was based on our creation story. In what way? In one of the stories, our creator told us to watch the skies. How religious are you, really? What exactly do you mean? Well, dragons have these myths about humans. How many of them do you actually believe are true? Oh, I believe all of it. I just love reading all the stories, theories, and all that. Why is that? Well, I think there's a lot we can learn from it. Much of our society is based on it, including our laws and traditions. I see. Can I ask you a question? Sure, go ahead. What would you think if I told you that I am a time traveler from the future? Hey, don't joke about something like that. Why not? Because I'd believe you. Besides, if you were really a time traveler, I'd think you'd come from the past, like the time when we were created. Really? Why is that? Because that's the only time in our history where we know of humans ever being here. If you came from the future, that would mean humans were to show up at some point in our future history, and I'm not sure how or why that would happen. Wouldn't that mean I was your creator? Well, not necessarily. There could have been other humans around, right? Your myths only mentioned one, though. Yeah, but people speculate, trying to find explanations for those old myths. Maybe there were more humans around, and they just died. Or their creation rebelled and killed them. Others say they fled across the ocean. We just don't know. What do you think? I don't know. I like reading about all the theories and trying to piece the puzzle together myself. That's why I want to visit that underground building we found. Some of the theories are quite out there. Like what? For example, one says that humans are really aliens who come from a different planet. They created us for some reason and then just vanished again. Why would they do that? Maybe it's an experiment and they're testing us. Some say they're always watching us from up there, somewhere with a giant mothership, and that maybe, one day, they'll return when we're ready to join them. That is pretty out there, I'll say. Told you so. What about the humanity you come from, though? Why don't you tell me more about your world? I don't like talking about that. It's much prettier here. I don't believe you. It's the truth. I'll believe it when I see it with my own eyes. I'd love to visit your world. I don't think it would be a good idea to visit us right now. Why not? Do you know what our world is like? Are there any rumors about that? Not really. There hasn't been much speculation about that yet. Of course, we're curious, though. Next time, we want to send one of our ambassadors into your world to make it even and all that. I'm not sure if that's a good idea. Don't be so negative. I'm sorry, it's not up to me to determine the best course of action. I'm just a lowly ambassador, after all. I'm not quite as lowly as a waitress with nothing more than high aspirations. Maybe it's time for me to go home. I would walk you, but I guess you'd be faster if you flew. Nah, I'd rather not without the bandage. Are you serious? You were going to do your performance like that? I know, I shouldn't have tried. You don't have to bring that up again. I'm sorry. For what it's worth, I think you made the right decision in the end. Thank you. Shall we go then? Sure. There we are. You want to come in for a bit? It would be a shame for you to have come all this way for nothing. Sure. She opened the door, wiping her feet on the doormat before she went inside. Can I offer you something to drink, maybe? No thanks, I'm good. How about some TV? That could be interesting. I haven't watched TV in ages, and I don't have one in the apartment. You're right. You've got a pretty decent apartment, but they didn't provide a TV. I wonder why. Maybe they wanted to avoid culture shock or something like that. You've got a shelf full of books, though. Why would books be fine, but not a TV? I suppose when they give me books, they know what I'm going to read, but on TV, they can't really regulate the content I'm going to see. At least if TV works the same way as ours used to. That's true. Maybe they just thought your time would be better spent elsewhere. I guess. If they didn't want me to watch TV, they certainly never told me. Actually, there's a series on right now that could be pretty interesting to you. What is it? Well, I'm not going to tell you. Do you want me to just put it on or not? Sure, let's do it. Adine turned on the TV and a brief flicker appeared on the screen before it was filled with the images of a house from the outside. Well, that doesn't look unusual. Just wait a bit. The camera cut to the inside of the home while the chattering of small talk could be heard. Then some figures entered the living room on the screen. They were grostric, malformed creatures with rather cartoony proportions, covered in odd lumps all over their body. They all shared the same odd skin tone. It was clear to me that these figures were played by actors in obviously fake, bulky costumes that reminded me of mascots. What are those? Humans. Humans? That's the name of the series. It's a typical sitcom about a contemporary family as we would expect it. But the twist is that everyone is a human. And then I realized why I hadn't been able to identify the creatures on the screen as humans. They were all naked. Since the dragon's concept of clothing was different, they had applied their own principles when creating the series. It was quite bizarre to see a typical family sitcom where all the characters were in obviously fake costumes and also happened to be naked. Do you like it? It's one of my favorites. While it is a sitcom, it manages to address serious and deep issues fairly often, which I don't think would be as effective if we weren't watching them through the lens of this alternate reality. This one isn't a bad episode, but it's already nearly over. I guess there's no point in just watching the ending. True. By this point, the credits were already rolling and Adine turned off the TV again. What do you think? Let's just say that if a human looking like that suddenly showed up in our world, people would probably run away screaming. They don't look that bad. Sure, it's impressive if we consider what they had to work with, but there's a few things they got wrong. Like what? For one, humans mostly wear clothing, and secondly, we don't have tails. Those are just small details. The series is still good, though. Is it popular? Oh, for sure. Many people love it. I see. I hope they aren't too scared of me when they see how different I am, though. I didn't run away screaming when I first met you, did I? True. Now that you're already here, there's something you could help me with. What is it? Well, it'd be a huge favor to ask, and it's kind of embarrassing. Just say it. The worst I can do is say no. How should I say this? It's about my shower. I get pretty dirty from practice sometimes, especially from the bad landings, and recently the detachable shower head broke. That usually wouldn't be much of a problem, but with this injury I can't quite reach a few places on my own. It's already not ideal having to manage everything with my wings, but now it's even harder. You want me to scrub your back? I guess you could put it that way. Told you it was embarrassing. Oh boy, alright. I'll do it. Don't worry about it, I'm glad to help. Thanks. This way. I followed her, entering the rather large bathroom. The shower is huge, I wouldn't mind having one of these. This isn't just your regular dragon-sized shower. It's made specifically for a flyer like me. We need enough room to stretch our wings. Just think of the possibilities. She took off her goggles and stepped into the roomy walk-in shower. After pressing a button on the wall, water started flowing from the shower head mounted on the wall. She moved around a bit, stretching this and that way in order to cover her whole body in the water. Soon afterward, she pressed the button on the wall again and the water flow stopped. She turned to show me her back, wings splayed. You can tell she does not want to be in this situation, though. The soap and sponge should be right there. I took a sponge that wasn't unlike the ones I knew from back home and added some soap from a rather big bowl. It seemed to me that each species had their own challenges that needed to be overcome when it came to daily tasks like this one, emphasized by all the different design choices when it came to everyday items. You could start with the wings and work your way down from there. Sure thing. I couldn't help making a joke to ease the tension a bit when I put the sponge on her muzzle. Hey, it looks like you've got something here. Oh wait, that's just your stripes. Hey, stop that! Sorry, I couldn't resist. Good job, now I've got soap on my nose. Started scrubbing her wings. Now that I could see them up close and fully extended, I found them to be quite impressive. You know, I actually tried to do that before. What do you mean? Washing off those stripes. Why? Well, I was just a child back then. You know how kids are. They make fun of everything. Though I don't know if human children are the same way. Oh, they are, trust me. Don't press too hard there. That's the injured shoulder. I'll be careful. Eventually, I reached her lower back, and while I was washing a particular spot on her left side, I could see her leg twitching slightly. Are you ticklish there? I guess you noticed. What happens if I do this? I repeated my ministrations, moving the sponge in circles over that particular spot. Hey, stop that! She started squirming, and suddenly her tail whacked around and hit me in the face, causing me to stumble and fall over backwards. Are you okay? I guess I deserve that. Well, you tickle the dragon, you get the tail, apparently. The forked tip of her tail was still hovering inches in front of my face. Its peculiar shape reminded me of something, and I couldn't help but grab it and hold it like a telephone. Hello? Hello? What are you doing? I think your phone isn't working. Stop being silly. Alright, I'm nearly done anyway. I resumed my scrubbing. By now, only her tail was left. Not being entirely sure about my technique, I moved the sponge over the tail's whole length in small circles. When I was nearly done, I noticed a low rumble emitting from her, reminding me of what an oversized cat's purr might sound like. Is that... are you purring? Suddenly her expression changed as she looked over her shoulder. Oh, are you done? You should take a step back if you don't want to get hit by the water. After I left the shower again, she pressed a button on the wall, and the water resumed once more. She only stood under it briefly and moved around a bit until the water had completely washed off the suds. When she turned off the water again, I realized that it didn't cling to her much at all. After she shook herself for a bit, she stepped out again, nearly dry. Thanks, I really needed that. You're welcome. It's probably getting late for you, and I already held you up this long. Don't worry about it. Oh, it's already dark outside. I guess that took longer than I thought. I'm not supposed to go outside this late. You're right, we were advised by the police to stay inside after nightfall because of everything that's going on. For me, this is even more important. We don't know if there's anyone out there who might want to target me. I suppose you'll just have to spend the night then. I guess so. Another free day, yay me. Okay. It's interesting. Okay, here we go. Chapter 5. Here it is. Should get Adine's good ending now. After a night of turbulent dreams, my consciousness returned to the shores of the waking world. Today is the day of the big fireworks. Who shall I bring? Adine, yes. I guess she's here. Are you ready? Ready for what? The fireworks, silly. Oh, of course. Well, let's go. After a few minutes of walking, we arrived at a rather empty-looking area near the edge of town. Here we are. If this is everyone, I'm disappointed. I thought it would be crowded here. This is actually one of my training spots, and it turns out you can see the fireworks pretty well from here, too. This is your secret spot, then? I guess you could say so. Well, now that I know of it, I suppose it's not so secret anymore. Not if you kept it to yourself. We could make it our secret. If you say so. Hey, looks like it's starting. Now, take a good look. We waited quietly as the stillness of the night enveloped us. Soon, I heard the sound of the first rocket making its way into the night sky, after which it exploded into a pattern of colors. More rockets followed, their thunderous noise echoing throughout the land. Suddenly, a terrible realization hit me. Considering how public an event this was, and how everyone would be watching the fireworks, now would be the best time for Raza to make his move. Not only was the village basically deserted, but the sounds of the fireworks would also overshadow any gunshots, giving him as much security as he would ever have. As the portal had been repaired by the mysterious person I met, now was the perfect time for Raza to make his getaway, and I was the only one who knew. Adine, I think we need to go. Now. Stop joking around, Prince. You still haven't even seen the best part. I know where Raza is. We need to stop him. Are you serious? Yes, I am. What should we do then? Maybe you could fly and get us some help. I'll try to buy us some time by confronting him. Alright, where should I meet you? Somewhere near the portal. He'll be there. Let's go. I arrived at the portal just a few minutes later. I couldn't help but be glad that it was still turned off and didn't appear to have been used recently, but it meant Raza was still here, somewhere. I looked around, thinking about where he could be, or if it was worth waiting for him here, when I saw something out of the corner of my eye. Hesitating, I drew nearer. I checked Sebastian for any signs of life and found nothing. However, his body was still warm. Raza was here very recently, but he hadn't used the portal just yet. Why? Sebastian's guard post was not just for the portal itself, but also the surrounding area. Since Raza was already here, he probably had some unfinished business very close by. The underground building the administrator had told me about, all about the prowess of the generators within. It probably hadn't been hard for Raza to guess the same, or to try stealing them from a place he knew would be even more deserted than the rest of the village was right now. He also didn't have far to go from the portal. All things considered, it was the only option that made sense to me. I could have waited for Raza here, but in the end, I decided it would be better to meet him underground. If there was going to be a confrontation, I was sure I would have the advantage in a more crowded space. Even in the darkness, it was easy for me to spot the site where they had unearthed the building's entry, as it was in a roped-off area that I had seen from afar before. When I entered the building, I was met by a long illuminated hallway that was lined with doors on both sides. Since the lights were already on, Raza had to be very close. I wasn't surprised at the building still having electricity, since its generators were also powering the portal. Suddenly, one of the doors opened, and out came Raza, carrying a large cardboard box. When he spotted me, he set it on the ground. "Prince, you're here? You don't know how glad I am to see you. I've wanted to talk with you for so long. I even tried to contact you, but I couldn't with someone tailing you the whole time. But talking can wait. Now that you're here, we've got everything. Come on, help me with this and let's get out of here." "No." "No? What are you talking about?" "I'm not doing anything until you answer a few questions." "You want to talk now?" "Sure, why not? We've probably got a few hours if we wanted to. None of them will disturb us here. We could even get the backup generators as well after we send this one over." "When did you realize we were in the past? How did you know about the comet?" "I've known for a while. It's what I wanted to talk with you about when we met at the portal. How about you?" "I only recently found out." Looking back, it just seems so obvious to me now. I'm not sure how exactly you figured it out, but there are so many damn clues now when you think about it. I mean, how could a supposedly completely different independent civilization speak the same language as us? What was this supposed to be, an alternate reality? No, it was just a different time. When was there ever anything resembling these creatures on Earth? It's not hard to make the jump from dragons to dinosaurs, when some of them here look pretty damn near identical to dinosaurs we knew about. And then, there are also the prehistoric fruits, the plants, and the fact that their technological level is nearly exactly the same as our own past society. But we don't even have to think that abstract, you just needed to look at the sky. The sun, the moon, even the stars are the same. Constellations change over time, of course, but you knew we could account for that stuff. You could have just pointed your PDA at the sky, and it would have told you the time period, including the imminent threat of being eradicated. You could even see the meteorite in the sky, and how it would change its position day after day. Are you done being condescending? I guess so. You killed those dragons, Raza. What a brilliant deduction, Sherlock. Why did you do it? Do you really need me to spell it out? I thought better of you. After I found out the truth about this place, I knew just waiting for the generators we were owed was not an option anymore. It would have taken who knows how long, but I didn't intend to stay for a day longer than necessary. You wouldn't believe how hard it was for me to acquire some generators. Some of the dragons didn't go down easily. But who cares if they got the generators I stole? With just this one, we won't need any of the others. How could you do this? How could I do this? Let me ask you this. What harm is there really in taking their generators when their whole civilization will be gone in a few weeks anyway? The ones I killed just died a little earlier than scheduled. Even if that creep hadn't shown up and interrupted our meeting, we wouldn't have had the time for them to make the generators for us. How about we don't let them all die? They aren't going to be extinct anytime soon, if that's what you're concerned about. I paid the hatchery another visit before I came here. With the right persuasion, I think we'll have plenty of reasons to keep at least some of them around. Bodyguards, border patrols, weapons, even as pets or companions, as long as we make the necessary changes. See, it's not as bad as you might think. I'm not going to just abandon them like that, only for their whole civilization to be wiped out. Get your priorities straight, Prince. Next, you'd rather starve because you suddenly empathize with the steak, and you're not satisfied just starving by yourself. No, you're gonna let us all starve, because you want to impose your morals on everyone. Since when do you think that you get to have any say in this? You know why you're here. What you're proposing is treason, and you know the consequences. Personally, I don't mind if you want to stay here. You know, I don't care about corporal punishment. Just let me through and you can do whatever you wish. I can't do that, Raza. I see how it is. They told you that they need this generator to stop the comet, huh? And now you've become their lackey. Don't tell me you've been drinking up what they've been telling you. You know they have as much of a vested interest in this whole thing as humanity does, that I and you do, or at least used to. Do you think they wouldn't do the same thing if it was their families on the line instead of ours? Their entire world is on the line here. They live in perfect harmony with their perfect green energy source and no reason for wars or conflicts, yada yada yada. We had that too, and you know what happened then? Of course you do. This is such an idiotic trope, you know. Random person meets weird natives, learns their ways, and then ends up saving them. What do they need you for, huh? Maybe they're going to be extinct for a reason if they can't even save themselves. You know of our suffering, yet will let them have it? I don't care what happens to them, but unlike you, I was at least trying to save humanity. At any cost. We have the solution right here, and you want to get philosophical now? Don't you think we deserve it? They've had it for who knows how long. Now it's time for us. Not like this. Do you think I like it? If there was a different way, I wouldn't have spent the last few weeks doing what you didn't. We don't live in this fairy tale world of yours where there is a perfect solution to everything. You should know that. Just being here for a few weeks must have messed you up. I think I know why. You got too used to all the comforts they have here. You actually don't care if they all die back home, do you? As long as you can stay here in this perfect little world of yours, you have discarded everything and everyone back home and replaced it with this. Maybe it is because you don't have a life back home. I can even understand that, a little. Of course, it would be nice to just stay here where they have everything that we don't. But being here also reminded me of everything I hated about our world as it used to be. The pettiness and the politics. Say about the solar flare what you want, but it leveled the playing field and gave people like us a chance to make a difference. For all of our efforts, what did we get? A vote that was meaningless in a sea of stupidity and lies. Now everyone has to pull their own weight. We make the rules. You, of all people, should understand. Of course they wouldn't. They haven't experienced how it is to live like we do now, to see the world burn and everyone you know die around you. And because I have, I won't let the same thing happen to them. How many do you think died back home just in the 2 weeks you've been here because we don't have power for the hospital, huh? Do you think those victims aren't worth mentioning? Or you just care about the few dragons I killed? Our city is the last bastion of a civilized society in a world where nothing else is left. Maybe you've forgotten about them, but I haven't. How many of us do you think will still be there in a month, a year? Or are they just a statistic to you? The same could be said for the dragons. What do you want to do? Talk me down from doing this? And then what? It's too late anyway. You think they're just gonna let us go after what I've done? Fat chance. Whatever you may think, you'll find that our leaders back home agree with my course of action. Why are you telling me this? Because I expect you to join me. That's not going to happen. And you call yourself an ambassador. This generator is the only thing we need for our city to survive. How can you even argue about this? The dragons also need that generator, and I'll do what is necessary to stop you if I have to. So that makes you judge, jury, and executioner. What a wonderful set of morals you have there, Prince. We only need to wait until the comet has passed safely. You think you could stop the comet, and you need this generator to do that? Sure, and if your plan fails, then not only is this world gone, but we also lose any and all hope to save our own. We are so close now, we can't risk anything by waiting for your crazy plan when back home they are dying by the minute. I will not let you. You only want to save your own two-faced hide because you don't want to face the consequences of what you did. Why are you laughing about this? Because it's a joke. It must be. I'm the one with the gun, and you thought you could just waltz in here and lecture me. Listening to you was fun and all, but the grown-ups must be getting back to work now. I mean, what are you going to do? You can't stop me now anyway. He pulled out his gun and pointed it at me. Raza, wait. Why can't we just talk about this? We just did. No, what about... What, you're just trying to distract me, aren't you? No, I'm just... Shut up! They're probably already on their way. Suddenly, Raja shot me in the leg, causing me to fall over and squirm in pain. I saw Raza running to the box containing the generator. He lifted it up using both of his hands before making his way towards the exit as fast as he could. When Raza got close to the entrance, I saw a flurry of gray zipping past me with a thunderous gallop. I looked towards Raza, who turned around, dropped the box, and grabbed his pistol. It was Maverick, who pounced immediately. Raza fell to the ground, and before he could so much as react, Maverick buried his teeth in Raza's neck and bit down. Raza slumped instantly and didn't move again. Damn, that was an even better ending. Holy shit, it killed him immediately. Way to go, Maverick. Then Adine appeared and called out to Maverick. Why did you have to kill him? Because I'm not taking chances anymore. What took you so long? Prince, are you alright? He caught me in the leg. Maybe there's a first aid kit in one of these rooms. Adine went into one of the adjoining rooms only to reappear with a first aid kit shortly afterwards. Can I do anything else? I'm not sure if I can apply the bandage. You could tell me what took you so long. Well, at first Maverick wanted to storm the place head on, but then I remembered the map you gave me and the other entrance. We heard you two talking and figured we could surprise him if we went in the other way. I guess I shouldn't be complaining then, because this could have turned out so much worse. Well done, Adine. Probably should be getting you some real help. She turned to Maverick. Come on, what are you waiting for? Maybe he thinks I'm gonna take the generator while you're gone. Guess you really wanted to stop Raza. My apologies. He turned and they both left. Shortly thereafter, the administrator appeared and came towards me. Azuma, you're kinda late this time, too. How ironic that you would remember her name now. Besides, it didn't seem like you really needed me. Good job. Her name? What are you talking about? I'm not Azuma. The person I thought was the administrator took off the mask, only to reveal a strangely familiar face underneath. The person before me had a face that looked exactly like mine, down to the tiniest detail. It was like looking into a mirror, or at a twin. It was me. You understand why I'm wearing the mask now? How is this possible? It's complicated. By now, I guess you know what this always ends with you traveling back in time when something goes wrong. When I was in your position, Azuma died during our confrontation with Raza, and as all the experience from all the different attempts vanished with her, I decided I had to become the person who would oversee the next one. I didn't know just how complicated it would be. Luckily, she left a lot behind to help me, and I executed her plan just as she would. So, what do we do now? Well, with the generator still intact, we'll have no trouble diverting the comet and saving this world, but I also know that you feel very strongly about executing the mission you were sent here for. Unfortunately, I'm starting to realize now that this won't be possible. What are you talking about? As outlined in Azuma's plan, I deleted the coordinates that would lead back to the humanities portal when I repaired this one, replacing them with coordinates to travel back in time to the day of your arrival to this world. Unfortunately, this means that our connection to humanity's portal is lost. Are you saying we could have saved humanity if we just didn't remove those coordinates? I'm afraid so. Then why did you just do it? I didn't realize it would come to this. I just executed her plan as she would have. I can understand her reasoning for it, though. It presents an extraordinary risk. Eliminating these coordinates also eliminates the possibility of Raza getting away through the portal and taking the generator we need with him. Why not just tie them to my biometric data like the coordinates we need to travel back in time? That wouldn't be much help, because in scenarios where Raza escapes with the generator, he wouldn't hesitate to kill you to take what he needs to bypass the biometric scan and use the portal anyway. then the only way to achieve what we want is to not delete those coordinates. Can we really take that risk? You know that if we fail badly enough, even once, if the portal gets destroyed, or if both the administrator and you die, there won't be any more chances. If you have seen what goes on from the administrator's side during my stay here, I suppose you should be the one to decide that. That still doesn't address the question of what we should do now, though. If we want to make this happen, one of us will have to go back and do this all over again. And what happens to the other? They could stay here and live their life however they wanted. But what about Adine? I wish I could stay with her, all she does for the orphans. I wish I could be part of that. I wish I could be done with this already and settle down, but someone has to go back and ensure we can reach the outcome both of us want. No matter if it's you or me, one of us has to do it. Otherwise, all those we know back home, I don't think I need to tell you. Why are you making me think of those who suffer? You'll never forget them, and if you don't do this, it will haunt you. I know. What do you want me to do? Go back in time and do it all over again? It's what we've been trying to do all this time, you know. No compromise. And of course you want me to do it so you can stay here, huh? I will do it myself if that's what it takes. I just hoped it wouldn't have to be me. Don't we both? If we wanted to settle for an outcome where we could just stop the comet and stay here, we could have done so a long time ago. That doesn't mean that we're both not tired of this. Maybe forgetting everything again by stepping through the portal would be a boon then. Don't try to make this more palatable for me. How many times have we done this now? I don't know. The answer to that would be 3, by the way. Wow. There's another ending down. So, you decide what ending is better. Think Adine's ending is better or Anna's ending? Personally, I kind of feel like this ending was better because, well, I mean, kind of anyway, because, I mean, I care more for the dragons than I do for the humans. The humans are fucking savages by this point. Yeah, so at least the dragons get to live. No dragon got killed. So there is that. Well, shit, Anna's still gonna die because of her cancer, though. Technically, I think Anna's ending was better overall. But this was a better outcome for the dragons, though. So. But yeah, like the administrator said, it's not the outcome we need. We need the one where, as Raza says, there's a perfect fairy tale ending. That's the ending we need. It is possible. It's hard to get, but it's possible. So, I'm going to be wrapping up the stream here. I've been going for over 4 hours now. It's getting kind of late, so I think I'm going to end this off here. We made a lot of progress in this game tonight. A lot, right? We got 2 of the good endings. We need to get 3 more. I still don't really know necessarily how we're going to get Remy's ending, but I can look further into it tonight, and I will find out. I will figure this out one way or another. I didn't realize how difficult Remy's ending would actually be to get. I'll figure it out. Oh, what's this? What will you do now? For the time being, I suppose I'll be stuck in this world. Just losing the connection to humanity's portal, how is that even possible? I don't know. Maybe we'll never be able to reestablish contact. No matter what happens, you'll always be welcome here. You put your life on the line to save us, and it cost your colleague his life. Raza was never my colleague. Then what was he exactly? You know, maybe it's better if humanity never finds out what happened. Oh, well, either way, I'm glad you're here now, and I think Amelia will appreciate it too. You think so?